Olá, bom dia.
Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth day of the 6th Forum of Development, an event organized by the Brazilian Development Association, ABDE, an entity that congregates and represents 31 institutions that are part of the national development system. This event is being broadcast live by the website forumdodesenvolvimento.com.br. You can participate through the chat, sending your comments and questions. Any questions that are not answered due to time constraints will be forwarded to the participants, and the answers will later be broadcast through the ABDE channels. Today's discussions are being translated to English, so remember that the videos with the full program will be available on the YouTube ABDE channel as of next week. You can comment. Please feel free to comment and post on your favorite social media using our official hashtag, which is hashtag Fórum do Desenvolvimento. So on the fourth day of the forum, we're going to have a very plural discussion, plural in terms of topics and participants. So the topic is a sustainable and inclusive transition. And so it's important to address the issue of diversity. And so the ABDE award decided to adopt a new category on this topic, diversity, general aspects and challenges for development. But I will tell you more about this award later. So let's move on to the first panel of the fourth day of our development forum. We'll begin the activities with the panel 2030 Agenda, the role of subnational development banks. And so I'd like to announce our guests. Josué Tanaka, researcher at the London School of Economics, Shari Spiegel, head of the Division of Analysis and Development of Policies of the Cabinet of Financing for Development of the Department of the UN for Economic and Social Affairs. Sebastian Treyer, director of the Institute of Sustainable Development and International Relations, France. And our moderator will be Sebastian Sommer, director of the Sustainable Brazilian Financial Projects, FibraS, GIZ. We also have cases of the National Development System with Sergio Gusmão, Suchodolski, president of the BDMG and president of the ABDE, and Leany, Lemos, president of the Extreme South Development Regional Bank. So with the floor, Sebastian Sommer. Good day.
Muito obrigado e bom dia a todas e todos. I was asked to speak in English. I think this will also help everybody, not only me. So welcome to this first panel of the day, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the role of subnational development banks. As was already said, my name is Sebastian. I work for GIZ, heading a project to promote green and sustainable finance in Brazil. And it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be moderating this panel today, not only because the topic could not be more recent, but also because it's relating to a very firm, a very close partnership that we as GIZ have together with ABDE on the implementation and inclusion of sustainability aspects into the work of the public development banks in Brazil. So we are very happy about this. Unfortunately, I cannot go into further detail, but we are looking forward to see the results of this joint work in the context of our project. As you know, or as you may know, trillions of investments are needed to finance the transition to a sustainable economy. Public finance alone is not enough to raise the required resources. National development banks have a crucial role to play in the mobilization of large-scale private capital. SDGs can be used as a valuable framework for targeting, financing, and measuring the success of public development banks in fulfilling their sustainability-related mandate. It is therefore to my great pleasure that the topic is so high on the agenda internationally as well as in Brazil. I feel privileged to be able to discuss with ABDE and its members institution about topics like blended finance instruments and the shift in approach from public development banks being cherry-picking financiers to a new era where development banks are also innovative market enablers. In the upcoming panel, as was already said, we try to mix insights from international best practices with real case implementation experience in Brazil. We have a really, really tight schedule, so I ask each speaker to stick to the agreed time. Otherwise, I will not shy away from using my moderator superpower and intervene. Without further ado, and I'm very happy that all of the speakers were already introduced by the moderator. Thank you very much for this. So without any further ado, I asked Josué Tanaka to share his experience in the first speech. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Bom dia a todos. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today, and sending you a very warm, although it's pretty cold over here, bon dia from London. To feel closer to Brazil, I have here a glass of suco de maracujá, but I want to reassure you, without cachaça. So at least at this hour of the morning. Very good to be with you also on the role of subnational development banks in the context of the 2030 agenda. So given the breadth of the topic, I will look in this short intervention at one particular aspect of the 2030 agenda, because in my view, it has particular relevance to the role and contribution of subnational development banks. So my focus this morning with you is going to be on climate finance, and also linked to that on the role of cities, as this connects to most SDG themes, economics, environmental, financial, and social aspects, but also, as I will try to describe, to the role of subnational development banks. This, in my view, is particularly relevant because we're all into this very, very challenging period right now. And I think it's a period of great challenge actually to the achievements of the SDGs. And one of the big challenges that we all confront is not to lose on a lot of the progress that has been made to date, given the situation that we confront. It's clear in the short term that the first priority is to overcome the pandemic. It's also clear that following that, there will have to be a big emphasis on recovery. But also, I think it is very important that we use, and you hear that in all the expressions of green recovery, build back better, build the future better. There is also, I think, a big emphasis on trying to also, in that movement of recovery, to also position countries and the world on the path of long-term transformation to achieve net zero by 2050 in accordance with the Paris Agreement goals. Now, Sebastian did mention the amount of finance that's required. Okay, I could drown you with numbers, but I'm just going to take three examples. Energy, so electricity generation, storage, and network. We've just been doing a lot of work in this area in the last few weeks. Annual estimates of finance required, $1.5 to $1.6 trillion per year to 2030, of which 3/4 in emerging markets and developing economies. If you take energy efficiency in buildings, which is also a big area, $600 to $800 billion a year, of which 70% in emerging markets and developing economies. If you take urban sustainable infrastructure, estimate of about $1 trillion a year. So in this context, there are really 3 points that I wanted to make, and I hope, moderator, that I will respect the time so you don't have to use your superpowers. So first point is really the importance of domestic finance. Because you see, unfortunately, I've been away from Brazil for many, many years, so my view is more of a global view. But when you discuss climate finance globally, it tends to kind of always talk about cross-border flows, about international flows. But when you look at the actual global climate finance landscape, what you see actually is the majority of funding for climate is actually out, domestic, right? In which national and subnational development banks play a big role. By our estimate, something like 60% of the 215 billion in climate finance to 2018 was actually domestic. So that's the first point. It's a logic, of, let's say, the weight that domestic finance plays. The point here also that needs to be very much emphasized is local currency finance. Because if you look at climate projects, most of them, if not all of them, there are a few exceptions, renewable that exports a bit, across border, but most of it is local currency generation. And therefore, having the ability to finance in local currency is a very, very strong feature, and one, that is obviously a key feature of subnational development banks. Second point is a comment also looking global, local, on a comment on the international development finance architecture. So the point here, it's an obvious one, but needs to be said, is the role of sustainable development banks providing a powerful intermediation capacity between the global multilateral development banking system and local delivery. So granular knowledge of regional and local conditions, depth of local relationships allow subnational development banks to enhance the reach and the depth of international development finance at the local level. And the third point is really builds on the first 2 points, but is really then to emphasize, the role of cities, and the role of cities in achieving many of the SDG goals. And there again, I think that subnational development banks have a particular advantage. And I take there a good example here of BDMG, because I had, the chance to discuss this with Sergio in the past. And, I always remain quite impressed, if my memory is correct, that in Minas Gerais, I think there are over 800 municipalities, right? And thank you very much, shows I listen. But, there are over 800 municipalities, which really means that reaching that is very difficult, to do in a meaningful way based on real relationships. And I would say historical relationships, if you don't have that experience, that footprint, on the ground. So I think what I've tried in this short intervention is really to just highlight those 3 points. There are many others, but I don't want to exercise the superpowers. So I will now thank you very much for your attention. Time permitting, I'm ready to respond to any comment or questions you may have. And most importantly, at this time, I would like to wish you all good health, energy, because more than ever, subnational development banks have a crucial function to fulfill, making global objectives a local reality, and I think very importantly, bringing reality to global finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josué. Not only to stay within the time, even below the time, but also to give such an excellent framework and start in the discussion here and describe the, let's say, unique selling points of subnational development banks in the orchestra of development finance globally. Also, talking about orchestra, maybe we can use this remaining 2 minutes either giving it to somebody else or using it in the discussion, or to have like some drum and bass and whatever played with the drum set that I see in the background. Maybe we can decide about this later. But for now, thank you very much. Excellent start. I would like to hand over to our next international expert, that is Sharon Spiegel. And maybe she can also let us know a little bit about the different links and opportunities that subnational development banks have in using SDGs as a framework, in particular based on her experience, among others, in the work with the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Sebastian. And I have my son's, not mine, the music studio is right over there. I thought of moving my whole computer there, and then we could have a orchestra in the background or a band in the background, but too complicated. So Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to start maybe taking a step back, as Sebastian suggested, and talking a little bit about some of the historical context for the Financing for Sustainable Development discussion. And along with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, there was, in 2015, there was this Addis Ababa Action Agenda, which provides a framework for thinking about how does one finance the SDGs. And it builds on what some of you might know or not, the 2002 Monterey Consensus, which was the first discussion on financing for development that was linked to the MDGs. And of course, the shift between the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals was really there were many, but one of them was to bring in the environmental side of sustainable development and how do you finance that as well. So the Addis Ababa Action Agenda added technology and environmental finance, as well as other things, to this framework in the Monterey Consensus. There are 7 action areas that we cover, which is domestic resource mobilization, private finance, development cooperation, trade, debt, systemic issues, the global financial stability, and technology. So we cover an enormous range of issues, and the idea is that financing is not really about the money, which is important. It's bigger than that. It's about the financing policies. One of the shifts from the Addis Ababa action, from Monterey to the from 2002 really to 2015, let's think of it more in those terms than all these UN names and issues, is that in 2002, the idea was that if countries strengthen their enabling environments, the money should come. And so there was a lot of emphasis on strengthening the enabling environments. What we learned in the time between that is that while that is a prerequisite for countries and developing countries to attract financing, that it's not sufficient. And that especially in many of the areas we're thinking about in environmental finance, climate finance, et cetera, that money didn't come even when countries strengthened the enabling environment. So the idea actually of public development banks became a really important part of thinking about that space in between private finance and just fiscal spending. And so public development banks actually were an underlying part of thinking of the financing framework for the SDGs in the Addis Agenda. And another part that was really also emphasized, which our colleague before just mentioned, was the issue of subnational of the subnational level, in particular, with regards to infrastructure investment, et cetera, to think about how that it's not just national, but we need to go drill down below national and think about financing on the subnational level. So I'm just going to quickly then talk about opportunities and challenges. We just published one of the things that I do is I lead a group of 60 UN agencies along with the IMF, World Bank, WTO, working closely with UNDP and UNCTAD on financing, on following up on this big, enormous agenda in these 7 action areas. And we just published our Financing for Sustainable Development report in 2021. And the conclusion is that due to COVID, there's a risk of a sharply diverging world and a lost decade for development. And that's in part due to fiscal pressures, limited fiscal pressures, and high debt in some countries, and how we have a diverging world now where some countries have easy access to financing and others it's incredibly expensive to borrow. The importance of, obviously, of access to vaccines and the need for immediate action and the hysteresis effects of some of the financial scarring that's happening right now, but then the importance of the need for long-term financing and infrastructure and social systems and et cetera to rebuild better, and that some countries just are going to find it very, very hard, despite the incredibly low global interest rates, to find that financing. And the question then is about how do we overcome some of that, those challenges. And that's what our report this year looks into. And there's a critical role for development banks. And I'm not going to go into the main roles of development banks, which you all know better than I do, in terms of long-term financing, countercyclical role, inclusive financing, et cetera, and SME financing, et cetera. But I want to highlight two issues that have come up in the international discussions on the role of development banks, and then some of the challenges that come with that, including linking it to the SDGs. So the first is the debates on debt sustainability. The issue is that, as we know, the point of borrowing's not bad, and yet in many of the debt discussions, it becomes a bad thing. But borrowing is meant to lead to investment and growth. And in fact, even if it raises debt levels in the near term, it should improve debt sustainability in the long term if it leads to growth. The problem is that governments have what we would call income statements. They have the fiscal accounts. We see where the money goes, but they don't have balance sheets. We don't see the asset and liability side. We just see the short-term flows. So when you think about how debt sustainability analysis, they don't incorporate this idea of where is the money going. And so as a result, borrowing for long-term infrastructure investment is penalized just the way borrowing for wasting the money would be. And countries that are highly indebted that need investment to grow out of their debt are unable to borrow. So one of the recommendations in our report is for very, very long-term 50-year financing at very, very low interest rates from the multilateral development bank system. But another point that everyone has been talking about is looking at how development banks, because they ring fence assets and liabilities, if they can have a strong balance sheet that's sustainable, it doesn't have to be profit maximizing, but that can be financially sustainable, that because they ring fence assets and liabilities, can then be a place to leverage those balance sheets and to invest in and be able to borrow and invest in some of the needed investments, as well as Sebastian mentioned, working with the private sector and leveraging the private sector as well. So that's one point. And the second point is the importance, when you think about that, especially when thinking about leveraging the private sector, of using the appropriate instruments. So if you're going for financial sustainability, then you also need to think about, especially when supporting things like technology and innovation, of being able to share in the upside, and the importance of creating and using equity type instruments. They don't have to be direct equity, but links with equity instruments so that the development bank can share in potential future upsides to be able to stay financially sustainable. So now I'm just going to say very quickly 2 challenges so I don't run I think I have 3 minutes left. So one challenge is risk management. And I won't go into that again, but there are questions of how does one measure it? What does risk management mean for a development bank? The Basel standards penalize long-term investments, and they're meant for commercial banks, which don't have as long-term liabilities as development banks. So does it need to have a different type of standard in terms of thinking about risk management? And the second is the link to the SDGs. One of the biggest challenges that's happening and the biggest discussions happening right now is how do we measure impact? So when we talk about impact investment in the private sector, and we do a lot of work in this area, in my mind, and development banks are the original impact investors that are investing for developmental impacts, but also in most cases, depending on the funding structure, need to think about staying financially sustainable as well. And so for those MDBs, there's this question of how do you measure and think about and report on impact? So, and there are 2 particular issues, and I have 2 minutes, okay. So there are two issues that are happening in the global discussions in terms of thinking about impact. One of those issues is how sustainability risks impact financial returns. And that's really where much of the climate discussion has been so far. It's thinking about how does climate risk impact financial returns, and how do we disclose that so investors understand that? And that's really obviously critical to understand financial sustainability and bringing in those risks. The other side is even harder to think about, which is how does one's investment impact the sustainability and other factors in the SDGs. And these discussions are furthest along. So the externalities, both positive externalities and negative externalities. So positive externalities in terms of promoting sustainable development, and negative externalities in terms of carbon emissions, et cetera. And so this discussion, there's a lot of discussion going on now as to reporting frameworks, matrices to be able to report and understand and follow measuring impact. And we're farthest along in the climate space for obvious reasons, because climate is in the first category. Climate is impacting financial returns. And that's the real reason why climate is farthest along, because everybody is concerned with measuring climate to understand what is the financial returns. And The other SDGs, we are not nearly far along in terms of measuring and understanding how do we think about measuring impact, but there are many different efforts in this area. We in the UN work with a group called the Global Investors for Sustainable Development, which is working on building these matrices and trying to bring together the many, many different groups that are doing this right now. So, and then the final question is, are these the same? How would these differ from the private sector to the public sector and development bank sector? So, and I know that the MDB groups are thinking about some of this, but these are questions that I think will need to be answered if we want to really link the work of development banks for supporting the sustainable development and the SDGs. So I think I've used up all my time. The final thing I would just say is one of our big recommendations, and this goes with the speaker before as well, was the importance also of this network of development banks, of not thinking of just how do multilateral development banks learn from and work with national and subnational, and how then can we also use those for capacity development and sharing lessons learned between the different levels of development banks. So thank you, and I think I'm done with my time. I'm a minute over, so thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Shari, for this excellent input, very complementary to the first input, giving us this historical context also, why we are discussing about this, and also reminding us that when we are talking about SDG finance, sustainable finance, we are not talking about it because we are thinking it's an end in itself, but it is a mean to reach something, a development output in the end. And obviously you have reminded us also about very important challenges that we are facing, including risk management, measurement, reporting, and so on. Very interesting, very relevant. You also mentioned some interesting ideas with respect to financial instruments that can be used by also subnational development banks, including equity instruments. Will be very interesting maybe to also hear from our two speakers as representatives from such institutions and how far they are able and how far they are already using such instruments in the case of Brazil. But now to finalize our international inputs, I would like to ask Sebastien Treyer. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. I just tried to pronounce it a little bit different than my name, so we are not getting mixed up with all the Sebastians here. He is the executive director of the French think tank IDDRI, the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations. And yeah, we are very keen to hear your input, Sebastian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Muito obrigado. Bom dia a todos. I will speak in English. Of course, my Portuguese is very limited. And I'm very honored to be on the panel with Josué and Shari. What I want to account for is the idea that we've been studying at IDDRI, and my excellent colleague, Maia is in the audience. She's been studying what aligning with Agenda 2030 might mean. The reasons why I'm mentioning aligning is really to say, as you quoted, Sebastian, the idea is that we need trillions to implement Agenda 2030, but actually there are trillions floating around the planet, and what we need to do is shift the trillions towards an alignment with Agenda 2030. And for the moment, we've been having that discussion of shifting trillions in terms of aligning with Paris Agreement. And for people, it seems a little bit complicated to think that we want to align with 17 objectives. But I think that's something that is already happening, and that's what I want to account for, that this reorientation of financial flows, if you want to align with the transformative nature of Agenda 2030, there are innovative practices that enable you to do that. And in particular, public development banks are exploring, innovating in that regard. Second point that is very important, this alignment with these 17 objectives is, of course, context-specific, nationally, locally specific. The transformation pathway to reach 2030 and 2050 goals is really depending on the specific historical, geographical, sociological context and political context, I would say, to see how you connect social, environmental, and economic goals in that transformation pathways, how you take account of specific vulnerabilities. And that makes, of course, a lot of the reason why national and subnational development banks can play a key role. And that's something that we have been studying. If they want to drive the transformation in territories to make it happen. They can do it. They are ideally positioned, but that means that they also need to align themselves with Agenda 2030. So in the study that Maria Alejandra has been coordinating, IDDRI has studied what is alignment in practice for these development banks. And I think please bear in mind that UNDP and OECD also have another group that has published lots of interesting things about how to align private investment, private sector with the Agenda 2030, and there are things that we have in common. So my first point is to say there are already, in the variety of national or subnational development banks that we have been studying, there are a variety of innovative practices from which we could learn. There could be a mutual learning process at all levels of the bank, meaning you have the overall strategy of the bank that can state a vision about aligning with Agenda 2030, but it's also the project cycles, its assessment, the evaluation that Shari has just ended up saying that this is an important point. Project preparation and selection, you have the capacity to say what project is aligned or not with Agenda 2030, ex ante or ex post, but it's also portfolio management, building the pipeline of projects, defining sectorial strategies at the level of the bank on agri-food, on tourism, on these sectors. And it's also external engagement with a variety of players. And I think this is a very important idea that the banks can go, the subnational and national development banks can go beyond their traditional role. They support structural transformation to build sustainable societies. They are very well positioned because they are close to the necessities and challenges of the specific territories. They know the place-based priorities, and they can be a strategic portal to channel financial support to local communities, businesses, and entrepreneurs. But, and I will finish with that, we have identified at least 3 challenges or areas of progress on which we need to discuss a little bit in a way that is very, very converging with what Josué and Shari have been saying. The subnational development banks in particular, they're very close to the territorial level, but they face institutional and financial challenges. If they want to really implement the alignment with Agenda 2030 as a whole of a bank approach and an ecosystem approach with the rest of the territory. So whole of a bank and ecosystem approach are 2 main points. How to do that? What are the limiting factors? First point, there are weaknesses in local markets. Acting in local currency is also a challenge. And that's why we believe, something that has been already said, the role of MDBs in support of national and subnational development banks is extremely important to create investment opportunities, to help seek out new partners, build the capacity of suitable partners. That's not necessarily the SDBs that can do that on their own, to try and shape the investment pipeline, bring deals to the market, and also tap and develop local capital markets. These are all points where MDBs and national and subnational work together. Second point and challenge, the SDBs can be bridges, local anchors, articulators, convening key public and private actors around sustainable development priorities. They can invest in non-traditional sectors, or in poor or problematic settings. But for that, they need political backing and support from governments, and also from their shareholders, of course, but also from other international players. I would say donors, other donors, NGOs, credit rating agencies as a key element of what we need also to look at, research institutions and the international scientific community, because all what we are saying about aligning with Agenda 2030 is going to be extremely knowledge intensive. And so that's a whole ecosystem at different scale that need to support, to help having a political backing and the support for the sustainable, so the subnational development banks to develop their capacity. My third point is actually Shari's conclusion. We need to act as a system across scale and not just declare that this scale matters, but see exactly as Shari was saying, what are the links that we need to build between the scales. I've been talking about some of them. I think the one point that is crucial in the link between the different levels is the issue of having a national vision that helps articulate or make the link between the different levels. What I mean by that is a clear SDG or Agenda 2030 oriented national policies and budget, a public budget. And that's exactly the point of these very important, to us, very important INFFs, so the integrated national financing frameworks that are at the heart of Addis Abeba's implementation agenda. These are the cornerstone of that collaboration between subnational, national, and global players. And that, I think, is something that we need to continue pushing for. The whole variety of players that I've mentioned, research, NGOs, civil society, governments, local or national, they could all help make a consistent, build up consistent INFFs. And that's probably something that will help policy development, building the pipelines of projects, etc. Last point in that idea of acting as a system is, of course, what are the types of financial regulations that will help the banks take the risks that they need to take without infringing on the necessary regulations. And I think that's something that Shari is much more a specialist of than I am, but that she mentioned also, I hope I'm not mistaken, about how the Basel regulations, what is the specificity of these public development banks. And then we also have a specific discussion on subnational development banks. Do they have specific requirements? So that's where I'm leaving the floor. Just I think it's very useful that this conversation about the practice of development banks and how they align with Agenda 2030, that needs a mutual learning process. And I think we've been with Sergio Gusmão in clubs of public development banks at various scales, global, Latin American, Brazilian. And I think that's exactly what we need, to have these mutual learning processes at the different scales. So this forum is extremely important in that regard.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. And you make my life so easy, not with respect to timekeeping, but also with respect to the content. Very interesting content of this panel, all inputs very complementary to each other. Thank you very much for reminding us about the importance of shifting the trillions and also the advantages of SDGs that can be used as a comprehensive framework and the ideal positioning of the subnational development banks for applying them. Also very interesting that you mention, similar to Shari, some new roles that subnational development banks can take and play, including also engagement and building the pipeline, for example, which I think links very good to my introductory remarks in this shifting the approach from a sole financier that uses this ideal positioning as an advantage for the institution, shift towards an institution that is really opening up new markets. Thanks also for the challenges that you have posted. Maybe our next panelists can pick this up also, that you have mentioned the systematic approach that it needs, and probably also one requirement for having this systematic approach between the different international and national partners is to have a joint language, to know what we want to achieve, to have the same objectives. And I think there also the topic of this panel, the SDGs, can be used as an orientation. But now we will hear from the practice, on the ground application experience from not only the two largest subnational development banks in Brazil, but also, as far as I know, also two very good examples of banks that already use the SDGs as an orientation for their work. So first, I would like to open the floor, hand over to Leany Lemos. Leany is the president of the Regional Development Bank of the Extreme South, BRDE. And Leany, the floor is yours.
Obrigada, Sebastian. Obrigada, Sergio, ABDE, pelo convite de participar.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, ABDE, for the invitation to participate here in this forum. And thank you all, Shari and Josué, for the excellent insights. And BNDR is the largest development bank in Brazil. We work in 3 states and in 1,087 municipalities. We were established 6 years ago. and we support many projects, obviously large ones, but at this time of pandemics, we are also working in projects to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. We changed in the last 5 years. We are no longer just a transferer of resources from BNDES, which is the large national foment bank that was important to consolidate the system, but obviously sustainability and autonomy is very important in the long term so that we can feed our projects, regional and local projects, in a more sustainable manner. In addition to diversifying funding in the last 5 years, and we are doing that with multilateral agencies in France and May and CAF and World Bank and IDDRI and many KfW, many partners, so that we have sustainability. And also, we had last year, we started a pilot for a capital markets issuance. It is incipient, but the idea is to go forward. And Sergio, you have a lot to talk about that, but we're also learning with him. It is excellent. We're going to have a partnership signed next week, but also to issue sustainable bonds. And it is also very important to us. Now, going to the 2030 agenda, it is important to talk about the projects we have underway and our challenges. As a public bank, a development bank, we need to generate economic development and also to support public policy. So the 2030 couples well with our mission, which is already focused on people, the prosperity, and the planet. So in addition to other projects, we have some examples of those that are aligned with SDGs. It is important to say that we have the targets. Shari, we have that. It is a challenge to measure the impact of projects, the adherence to SDGs, but also the final impact. But 83% of the projects adhere somehow to ODS, to SDGs, I beg your pardon. We have a very large agricultural portfolio. We are in Brazil, in the national and exporting agro sector, but we also have a low carbon agriculture project.
It's the program that has most grown in the past few years, representing about 20% of all our contracts. In terms of contracted volume, 80% in renewable energy and energy efficiency, but we also have renewable use of water and low carbon agriculture. This is something that's been growing, especially on the energy side. There's also another important characteristic, which is related to the form or mode of production. So we have credit cooperatives, we have production cooperatives, and the biggest clients of the bank are cooperatives. So we have a wine cooperative in the wine sector, and in grain production, and milk production, and agro industry. So cooperatives that add other smaller cooperatives. And so this is a very specific characteristic of the country, of the South. And we have actions with credit cooperatives. Increasingly, last year and this year, the role of cooperatives and associates has been very important for us to reach micro and small companies. So sustainable financing, sustainable consumption, adherence to SDGs and sustainability. These are the challenges for the future. I'd like to end here. Sebastian, I hope I have provided interesting inputs from our bank that is trying very hard to adhere to the SDGs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leany. Yes, indeed, very interesting insights. Also, thanks for mentioning, let's say, the white elephant in the room, BNDES, and your challenge, I think, that you are sharing with the majority of other ABDE members is of diversifying now your funding base. And also thank you for telling us a little bit how you are adapting also on your product side. Last but definitely not least, I invite Sergio Gusmão to speak to us. Sergio is not only the president of the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, BDMG, but also the president of ABDE, the hosting institution today. Sergio, over to you.
Obrigado, Herr Sommer, que também é nosso parceiro.
Thank you. Thank you. Sebastian is also our partner on the financial innovation side and also other initiatives. I'd like to greet my colleagues of this panel, Shari, Sebastian, Leany, and I feel I'm in a classroom because I'm noting down all the ideas and references and concepts that are so stimulating, and also the design of strategies for our operations. This panel has these very interesting complementary aspects. So on the one side, diagnostic and lessons learned from different generations of international agendas, as Shari mentioned, and also the Millennium Goals, the MDGs, and the Monterrey and agenda, the Addis Ababa agenda, the financing of the 2030 agenda, lessons learned in this 15-year interval, and we start addressing strategies with Josué. Josué, who for so many decades was a central part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, a very interesting bank because it was supposed to be extinct, but it reinvented itself and has been helping the Eastern European countries in the transition and integration with the European Union, expanding actions towards the Mediterranean countries, and now directly involved in the financing of the Belt and Road project and integration between Europe and Central Asia and Far East, also with the expansion and entry of new members such as India. And so those who work with development financing, even here in Minas Gerais, we need to expand our horizons and look at experiences of other regions that might be far away, but there are similarities with what we are doing here with our own reality. Lastly, the topic that is most important for us here is execution and implementation of these agendas and mandates in the last mile. So in this sense, I am speaking on this panel as president of the Minas Gerais Development Bank, but ABDE can give an example to other partners in Latin America and other regions, insofar as we operate at a subnational level, not only in Brazil, but not only Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, Africa, even the US with the California Development Bank, and even Germany with its development banks in each state, has this operation that is very relevant at the subnational level. And it's important to also, regarding implementation of the SDGs, and we are in the last decade of action, coming close to 2030. And so a recent OECD study reveals that 65% of the 169 SDG targets demand coordination with local and regional governments in order to be implemented. Therefore, the importance of subnational development banks, but also national development banks in smaller countries with a portfolio, with a focus on regions and territories, and extreme relevance, not only in this pandemic, in cyclic and anti-cyclic, counter-cyclic measures, culminating in the deepening of the portfolio of sustainable development linked to several SDGs, both on the social and environmental sides. Shari mentioned a very important topic that I'd like to comment, which is monitoring and reporting of what is being done. Why is this so important? It's important not only for raising resources, as we recently did with the first issuance of a green bond, but also by reporting to stakeholders, we inform our strategies. We can conduct an evaluation and assessment, and we can update our strategies and business plans, which are annual or 5-year plans, so that we can improve our performance and effectiveness in delivery on the ground, so we are able to implement these major agreements negotiated in Washington, in Geneva, in the big centers, and we go to small 5,000 inhabitant cities with concrete projects that are monitored, assessed, and in a second or next financing experience, these projects will be improved from an economic point of view, and even in terms of the engineering and technology. We've been doing this. For instance, municipal financing that Josué mentioned. People live in cities. Our banks have important portfolios with municipalities. So it's a topic that I wanted to address. And to conclude, we work in a network. We are not alone. Leany just mentioned the bilateral agreement we are going to sign, the two banks. We recently launched with the support of the French Development Agency, and also we launched an alliance of subnational development banks of Latin America and the Caribbean with more than 240 participants of development financial institutions from all over Latin America. And so this exchange of knowledge, even the smaller ones, we are all knowledge institutions, and this is very important for us to mobilize resources in a cascading fashion, from multilateral to subnational, and implementing projects efficiently. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today.
Thank you very much, Sergio.
Muito obrigado.
Also to remind us how to transfer these big global and general goals to specific local projects, and to also remind us that with other large development banks, including EBRD, it is possible to have this shift of approach over time as your objectives, as your mandate, as your surrounding frameworks are changing. As always, with such interesting panels, with so many people that have a possibility to speak, we are running out of time. What a surprise. Hence, I would ask probably each of the international speakers to just give a final remark, maybe also relating a little bit to the two practical inputs that we have received. So really just in 1 minute, and maybe we start the other way around in terms of sequence, starting with Sebastien. Yeah, so just a final remark from your side, please.
My final remark is really that I think we can learn a lot, for instance, in Europe from what is happening in Brazil. And that's something that is about the mutual learning process that I wanted to talk about. What BDMG and BRDE are doing is extremely useful for us to have a conversation in Germany, France, and Italy. Not to say that we want to have the same type of banks, but that your practices and innovations are going to be are innovative enough and really innovative in a way that we want to be able to also bring those lessons back. So thanks for the invitation. I hope to invite you back for discussion in Europe.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, and maybe also at some point back in person to discuss and not online. Shari, your final remarks, please.
Thank you so much. So I also really am listening and to the innovations and how much one can learn from, and how much we need, especially those of us who work on the global level, need to learn from what the experiments and ideas happening on the local level, and also to share those with other countries that are in earlier stages of development. I was particularly interested in the comments about the cooperatives that you're working with. It's something that Germany actually has a very well developed system of, and it would be really interesting to better understand similarities and differences, what works and doesn't work, and what, again, from my side, what that means for other countries. And as part of my job in thinking about what countries can learn from each other. And we also work very closely on this project on integrated national financing frameworks that was mentioned earlier. And one of the main points in that is really to try to learn from experiences that different countries are having and find ways to share those with other countries to learn. So thank you so much. And I've learned a lot. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Shari. Last but not least, drums. Josué, please, your final remarks.
Okay, I will leave the samba for later together with, I finished my passion for judo, but once I get to the cachaça part, I play a bit of samba here. No, look, I think my comment would just be linked to the final observation I made, and also to having listened, to all the fellow panelists. So just to connect the two, I think, the point I was making was really the crucial function that subnational development banks play. I would say to one, connect reality to global finance, and that fits with many of the points that have been made, about experience, about innovation, and, being a half Brazilian myself, I know that that's a nature of Brazil, is, the famous word, right? Jeito or jeitinho. You find ways, often to deal with very difficult situations. And that is something definitely that's good, for the world to benefit from, right? So that's one movement, right? And I think the other movement, which is in a way making global objectives a local reality, really fits then with what I would call the alignment issue, which also Shari, and Sebastien also mentioned. This notion that, what is the frame, both to decide objectives and at the same time to execute and to be able, and I think there was a point that Sergio mentioned about, monitoring and seeing, what the results are. So to conclude, I think there was this sentence that said, I think it was Shari mentioned that development banks were, the original impact investor. And that applies definitely, to subnational development banks. And that's how we need to keep on working together on that for impact, because that's what will make the difference. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Josué. Once again, thank you to all panelists and speakers here. I can only agree to what you have said. It was really an enlightening a panel and a very enriching discussion. Thank you very much also for the honor to moderate this. I give back to the organizers and wish everybody a very successful next sessions and interesting debates. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Muito bem, nossos sinceros agradecimentos a todos os convidados deste que é só o primeiro painel deste.
Thank you all the participants in the first panel of our forum. We are now at social media, LinkedIn and Twitter, and we are also on YouTube. The videos with the debates will be available in this YouTube channel. So please enroll. Bye-bye, and let's go to our next activity.
Muito bem, vamos seguir com o fórum, convidando...
So let's continue with our forum for the next panel. The topic is development and diversity. I'd like to invite Luana Ozemela, co-founder of DIMA Consultancy, Carlo Pereira, executive director of a Global Pact, Tayna Leite, manager of the program Win-Win from UN Women, and Chalamet, executive of the Prosperity Fund UK. As commentators, we have Marcia Maia of the Development Agency of Rio Grande do Norte, and José Amarildo Casagrande, president of the Bank of the State of Espírito Santo. Chalamet, you have the floor. Well, thank you all for the invitation. We are going to start with development and diversity. Yesterday, the Brazilian Congress voted the law for salary equality among men and women. It is a first step. It is great, and I hope to see other examples in other countries with this agenda of gender equality in favor of development. But when we talk about diversity, we need to speak about not only gender, but race, LGBT population, and there are several hindrances. Today, we have a very rich panel with people with a lot of experience and expertise in this topic, and I'd like to call them to speak to us with concrete examples as to how we can contribute to inclusion, diversity, and favor of development. You have 10 minutes, each one of you, for your presentations. And so I'd like to call Tayna, representative of the Win-Win program of women, UN Women. Tayna, you have the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure being here with you this morning. We're kind of wintry, and it is a pleasure speaking to you about gender equality when we talk about economic empowerment. It is one of the pillars of our work here. And the old commented, and I agree, gender equality cannot be limited to equality only between men and women. We see everything as a whole, a perspective of women, and one that has to do with economic empowerment of women should include everyone, and that is our idea. So diversity and plurality has been something so relevant in the last decade towards the materialization of the SDGs of the 2030 agenda, and the UN members are committed to them. More and more, we have evidence that a plural environment, a plural economy of social justice, where men and women, people all people from all walks of life, all races, and all sex orientations. They are societies that prosper when all are included. It develops, it is a society that develops, and people are happier, ultimately, with economies that are strengthened. And this is something that the UN and governments have understood for a while. And more, the private sector and the financial sector are also coming into that agenda so that society evolves towards a more egalitarian environment. We have a colleague here, Carlo, from the Global Pact. It is a pleasure being here with all of you. And we do have the WEPs, Women's Empowerment Principles, so that we can support, they help us support the private sector in this path. We have the first principle, which is commitment on the high level. It is very important for us to talk about that. It is important that we are here in a forum with high levels of all organizations committing to diversity and to an agenda that is plural, so that we can actually achieve the SDGs in 2030. From the very beginning, which is commitment of high leadership, up to the seventh, which is measuring and publishing the results of this journey, we have a long path and relevant path to follow with private sector agents and with financial institutions. An evolving society needs to talk about the economic empowerment of activities that support our activities and are unpaid. So we are going towards we are in a crisis that shows the relevance of all these activities and the relevance of care for society to be able to be productive.
And also the deep inequality that was already affecting society in Brazil and Latin America when it comes to this positioning of care activities. So women lost jobs with schools being closed down, and so we've had an increase in female unemployment and increased income inequality between men and women, which was something that was improving, but now we have this threat, overhanging threat. And even more importantly, we have the private sector commitment to work together alongside us to tackle this problem. At the win-win, the ganha-ganha, which is financed by the European Union, we focus precisely on economic empowerment through capacity building and facilitation of access to business and networking for women entrepreneurs and leaders, and also working with companies. We do this a lot with our colleagues from the Global Pact, and we are ready to support them and accelerate the reaching of targets, and also working and thinking of innovative financing mechanisms and access to credit for women with participation of the financial industry and market. It's very important because we know that women today have less access to credit, even though they're better payers. They have less access to capital. Only 3% of venture capital is in the hands of women globally. It's a scenario that is not beneficial to anyone. It doesn't help economies to develop. We need innovative and agile solutions to overcome the current crisis all around the world, whether it's the health crisis or the economic crisis. And at UN Women, we believe that women will not only benefit from these actions and measures, but they are also leaders and drivers of transformation. And so we need to hear women and all their diversity, Black women, women with handicaps, trans women, women with different sexual orientations, and mothers, and which have been absurdly neglected in this crisis. We need to hear women if we want to overcome a crisis that has hit women more strongly, especially those with multiple vulnerabilities. It's what we do at UN Women with the support of the private sector. We want to increasingly rely on your support and protagonism, because when companies, they take on responsibility actions, not only social responsibility, but towards a prosperous world, we know that we are all going to prosper as well. So no prosperous society cannot be prosperous if it leaves women behind. We cannot leave anyone behind. So thank you. Thank you, Maud. Thank you, Tayna, for your presentation and for your input. It's important for us to remember this ambitious target of the 2030 agenda. And with this as a guiding line, we can reach this objective. And another important point you mentioned, which echoes many of the development agencies that are hearing us and participating in the ABDE system, is the issue of microcredit as an appropriate financial service aimed at catering to the needs of women. I believe that many agencies will be able to tell us how important this tool is for the empowerment of women. And you also mentioned the importance of the private sector. So in this sense, I work on the ASG perspective and attracting investors for sustainable projects. So we've seen a shift. Inclusion and diversity was addressed very much from a reputation and marketing point of view, but now we see that it's about innovation and creating new markets, expanding business. And that's good business for companies. I'd like to ask Carlos Pereira to make his contribution as director of the Brazilian network of the Global Pact. I'd like to ask him to tell us how the private sector can contribute to the agenda of diversity towards development. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, ABDE, for the invitation. It's an important topic when we speak about diversity. Often, when we discuss Brazilian companies or companies in Brazil, we import techniques and methodologies or even positions of companies globally. And the result, very often, we talk about diversity, but we are actually looking at gender diversity. And when we mention gender diversity in Brazil, especially in terms of leaders, we are, in fact, talking about inclusion of white women. That's one point. When we talk about gender diversity, we are focusing on women and white women. So we need to be clear about that. What we've been doing at the Global Compact, the WEBs, for instance, that's Brazil is the second or third country with signatories, in terms of signatories, and that's very important. These are principles. When we think of gender diversity, we are so that we can evolve on this topic in our companies. And so what we understand at the Global Compact is that we need to go beyond that, and we need to go beyond not only in terms of diversity, the whole range of diversity. We need to think of gender and diversity related to ethnic and racial issues and age and several other minority populations. So we need to consider a much broader range and find tools to include all these populations. So, and what's important, because I know that not everyone works in this area here, but it's important for us to, when thinking of minority population, it's crazy because we talk about minority or minoritized population, because a minority gives off the notion that it's a minority, a numerical minority. When we talk about women and Black population, these are actually majorities, but they are minoritized populations because they don't have power in their hands. And Luana, I'm sure, and other people will address numbers, but figures. But when we look, I'm always talking to CEOs and members of management boards, talking about sustainability and ODS and SDGs and perspectives of the financial market. But today, we still have strong bias regarding or prejudice regarding the discussion itself. And so I'm talking about the discussion itself. And so I'm taking a course with very high level people from different companies that find it extremely difficult to talk about targets or quotas. They are completely against it. We were discussing quotas for women, and they're completely against it. Even the women are against it, which surprises me specifically. Just to give you some figures and show how important the discussion is. You're all aware of the World Economic Forum. Many of you possibly have seen the launch of the last diversity report. So for the first time after many years, there's been a drop in the number of women in leadership positions in companies, possibly because of the pandemic. But anyway, those numbers and the 150 or 200 years, depending on the analysis, for achieving effective equity. This period has increased. The number of years necessary to achieve this has increased, and so we need to think of targets or even quotas.
Well, how are quotas being discussed in the world? If we get the 5 largest countries with more women in leadership positions, and in Brazil, women in more councils, out of these 5, and 3 have quotas, and 2 have targets established by the stock exchange. This is what we're talking about. I come from companies, and we have a mind. The mind, for example, is very much formatted for gap analysis. Whatever type, we establish our to be, we have our vis, and we have our action plans to reach that scenario. And I ask myself, in ESG, sustainability, topic, diversity, why do we need to work differently? Why do we work differently? This is what I'd like to bring to the table. Yes, there is a cultural issue. This is essential because if it is not internalized in culture, even if we progress, there may be a setback in the future. So it is very important to internalize. It needs to go up to the top. The leadership needs to incorporate this topic, and obviously all tools and tools that we need to have at hand to eliminate unconscious biases, etc. But tools are there. Tayna could talk to you about that for ages, and our other participants here in this panel too. We could talk about the tools for hours for companies to be able to include minoritized groups. So this is not what is lacking. What lacks is intentionality, establishing targets. And I am saying all this because this is something that the pact, the Global Compact, is doing at the global level. We are following this path, and all topics, not only diversity, but related to environment and social and governance issues. We are going to make this provocation for institutions to have targets. The World Sustainable Council for Sustainable Development is also being represented here by Sebastien in Brazil, and they did that. They have 6 targets for all the 200 and something signatories, and they need to reach these targets until 2030 or by 2030. The Global Compact is also following this path. So talking about diversity specifically, we have 2 programs. Both in Brazil, we have 2. One is called equity, and equity is priority, and equity is priority gender. So companies need to choose 1 or 2 targets, or 30% of women in leadership positions by 2030. And another target. Some people have questions. Oh, but women are arriving. There has been a long time. For a long time, they were marginalized inside companies. Well, information that made me very surprised is that women are majority in universities in Brazil since the 90s. So for 30 years, we have had women being graduated in college in Brazil. So in the Global Compact, we have team that is predominantly white. So we hired a consultancy to help us, and we are addressing this situation now. Even though we have been working with this for quite a while, we understood that we were not going to be able to do that alone. So we hired a consultancy to help us. We humbly did that. So we have 56% of the Brazilian population is Black, and in leadership positions, we're talking about 4.7%. And this gap is unacceptable. When we talk about trainees, or we have a certain balance, but when we talk about leadership positions, this is it. And when we look at Black women, and a number that I have in mind, we are talking about 0.4%. And we have at least 25% of the population in Brazil are Black women. Maybe I can be helped by my colleague Luana with these numbers, but it is an amazing gap. It is an unacceptable gap. And the financial market, it has a lot of strength. So JP Morgan does not include companies that has no diversity of at least 2 people in the boards. Yesterday, I saw the Bank of America having a trainee program specific for the Black population. So this is what we need to do, affirmative action. And the numbers are appalling, really. And I was looking at a company the other day. It is with the webs, in the webs with us, world empowerment principles, etc. But when I looked, by chance, the governance part of the company. So I looked at governance, the board and committees, and also the executive directorate. Around 20 people. 20 white men aged 50 to 60 years of age. So I am sorry I apologize for my tone, but these are facts and we need to take action. I was part of the global board of the Global Compact, presided or headed by Mahendra and Boboma, by several people. And the General Secretary asked us directly to promote impact. And he was very clear. That's why the Global Compact started to work towards this with these programs called Global Impact Initiatives. And in the first year, last year, we had 19 countries with 300 companies gathering 1 trillion in revenues and a large amount of staff. In the gender program, we're talking 32 countries. So there is appetite in the market. And why is that? Because, well, I recommend you to read the Larry Fink letters, especially the 4 recent ones, the 4 latest ones. It is quite interesting. In a BlackRock podcast, and we're talking 9 trillion under their management, he says, I don't know. He said, I don't know why people are interested in my letters. I just read Society. Well, I know why, but he does read Society, and it is what Society is requesting. Carl Schwab speaks about the economy of stakeholders, for stakeholders, and Society is making its demands, and we can do quite a lot. I will conclude, and probably I will have time for questions later.
Thank you, Carlo. And don't apologize for your tone. We do need people like you who really state the facts with numbers as well. I like the fact that you highlighted the diversity and inclusion agenda that needs to be pushed by leadership, and the so-called minoritized population doesn't have power in their hands, and so there is a dichotomy. We need to accelerate real affirmative actions to empower minoritized populations. But while we do see appetite in financial markets, we see some companies, some private companies adapting, but there are still barriers, hurdles, the cultural hurdle and other hurdles for the promotion and acceptance of targets and concrete actions. I'd like to ask Luana for her contributions. She is an expert on inclusion and diversity, and it's important to have your contribution and recommendations in terms of public policies that can help us advance more quickly towards this agenda. Luana. Thank you, Maud. First, I'd like to thank and greet my fellow panelists, Carlo, Tayna, Josué, Marcia, and thank ABDE for the invitation. I'd like to start by recognizing with full humbleness, I cannot represent the full voice of the Brazilian Black population. Although I am the only Black person on this panel, I cannot claim to represent all Black people in Brazil. So I'm going to talk about my experience in working on international development in the past 40 years. I'd like to start with three aspects that I believe demonstrate that until today, the approach of economic development policies have been limited regarding the Black population and also regarding racial equality. First, we need to recognize that development policies in Brazil and in Latin America have always prioritized survival rather than the thriving of the Black population. Black population have always been confined in the sphere of social policies and completely ignored by fiscal policies, by innovation policies, by financial market development policies. The Black population has been ignored by such policies. And also the assumptions, the assumed roots of racial inequality always related to lack of capacity of Black people rather than market failures, or how to absorb highly qualified, highly skilled Black labor, or even in the provision of public services. And third, the racial identity has never been expressed as an important asset that can influence rising mobility of the Black population through the strengthening of the so-called internal control locus, or the perception that success is determined by the individual or by the environment. And so race has not been taken into account as a relevant element in the process of development, only as a proxy of social disadvantage, historical social disadvantage. In eliminating the role of race and racism as a cause and structuring factor of racial inequality, development policies have eliminated the possibility that racism has a direct impact on the process of development. And we know that it does have this impact. And so the argument here, and what I'd like all of you to leave this session with this in mind, is that sustainable development is not possible without racial equality. Alberto Alesina's study shows that unequal concentration of wealth among racial groups within the same country is what hinders the development of nations the most, because racial inequality leads first to inefficient delivery of public utilities. It disincentivizes the participation of Black population. It increases conflict. It produces discriminatory policies. It weakens democracy and the free market institutions. Most of the population, in the case of Brazil, generally feels that the benefits of capitalism belong to a minority group, the white population. Economic inequality, therefore, among classes, as it is conventionally measured, falls into the trap of meritocracy and is thought of as the result of skills or efforts. But the racial inequality along or over all economic levels entails that being Black is undoubtedly related to a predetermined level of well-being. And so it is not possible to associate racial inequality with the discourse of meritocracy. It would be better to associate it with the injustices of the current economic system, not the differences in capacity between groups. And what can we do to address racial inequalities? We need massive investment and policy reforms to reduce the stock and flow of racial inequalities. And I refer to structural racism and racial inequalities that the markets produce every day, in spite of access to quality university education contributing to increasing incomes. It's the family household assets that determine economic success and intergenerational assets that, and also in the aspirations and expectations, educational aspirations and expectations from childhood. But there is tremendous inequality in access to financial resources. 1.5 million Black employers with university education today, and the proportion of Black employers with university education has increased fivefold in the past 15 years, but it's still half of the proportion of whites. But it's advancing quickly with affirmative actions. Companies led by Black women are increasing more quickly than any other kind of company. The number of Black women employing at least one person, this increased 45% in the past 15 years, compared with a drop of 5% among white men, according to PNAD survey. Almost 45% of companies led by Black people have unmet credit demands, according to IDDRI report. So this means that there's a triple dividend. It's about job generation, reduction of inequality, formation of social and human capital through the accumulation of assets. And so economic growth with racial equality is undoubtedly fundamental for sustainable development. But what can financial development institutions do? The DFIs, as they are known, they have a crucial role in reducing racial inequalities. They can operate at least at three levels: the macro level, policy level, the macroeconomic policies, the national development plans, mobilization of institutions and stakeholders at the highest economic and political levels of each country.
DFIs can influence the governance of institutions or markets, CVM, B3, central bank, and in the micro level, programs that directly support Black persons and Black companies or localities. that are predominantly Black, investing in capital, human resources, etc. DFIs could have at least 5 tools to exercise its influences: non-reimbursable resources, structuring projects, demonstrating feasibility to the market, develop studies such as the GAP study. Why not a racial equality one? And rank companies. Why not? Platforms of indicators. They can also influence in the contracts, in the contract terms of traditional investments. They could provide loans for macro political reforms or investing in traditional market areas, influencing with clauses and terms that benefit Black persons. So when private and public institutions have a commitment in the SDGs, they need to realize that the targets related to reducing inequality are the most powerful ones, as they have the largest number of connection with other targets. That is, reducing inequality leverages the development potential because it accelerates other SDG targets, not only those related to equality or gender and race equality. So, it is a priority at the world level to have the investments, but it is crucial. Our company, DIMA Consult, has headquarters in Qatar, and our mission is to eliminate these inequalities through structuring capital, thematic funds, incorporating the perspective of race in governance structures of large corporations, and structuring projects and policies that are specific to the area. So I'd like to invite you all to get in touch with me, those who would like to develop more ideas and to collaborate in this, to this effect. Thank you all. Thank you, Luana, for your presentation and contributions. There is something that you said that brought me large impact. The Black population was confined to a state of survival. This has huge impact. Thank you also for pointing out the virtuous cycle brought about by reducing inequality in new targets and to accelerate growth. Thank you very much. With this, we finish the first part of our panel, and I encourage our participants to ask questions in the chat so that we can send them to our speakers. I'd like to invite to the second part of our panel the director of BRDE, Josué Amarildo. BRDE is an institution of the Brazilian development system working with microcredit with very concrete results of in the area of empowering women. So please share with us these advancements. You have 4 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Maud. Thank you all. Thank you for the invitation. Microcredit for us at BRDE is in our DNA. We have worked with microcredit for over 18 years. We have had over 825 billion reals in loans, and 50% of this value was loaned to women. So women represent over 50% of this value that was made available to the microcredit market. We see microcredit as an important tool for inclusion and social development. We see that people who are part of this segment, and people are guided and they receive guidance. And we need to combine a program of state level, at the state level, with our loans. And this facilitates the entry of people to have access to this credit, because sometimes financial institutions do not consider or see this public. And we have small municipalities participating, and they know better their public. We go there, we visit their enterprise, we provide guidance regarding finance. And at the end of 2020, the state government, together with Banestes and the development agency, launched the project Crescemos Junto, with specific credit lines for women. And in 2020, with this pandemic that hit the whole world, we loaned 103 million reais, and with the same amount or percentage of women loaning. 50% of this credit goes to entrepreneur women. Something also important is that we are always looking for new actions. We are looking for organizations, for a new program, for a new line, so that we also achieve segments in the peripheries of large cities. There's no point just the bank thinking. I need to have people who understand the needs of these communities. So the bank needs this guidance from these people so that the loans are better tailored to these communities, so that we find out the best strategy, the best line, and how are we going to provide guidance for these people who will take credit, so that this will actually bring development to these people, so that people grow and they can invest in their businesses and they can work as entrepreneurs. We don't have a target for microcredit. Banks like targets, but we don't have that, because when we have the target, quite a lot can be inadequate. So what we have today is the whole bank engaged in offering this credit line. In 1 year, we had over 103 million reais in microcredit. Without targets, we do cater for people who need this credit and who can and want to have this credit. So microcredit is a very important line, and inside Banestes it has a priority, and we would like to improve it even further. Unfortunately, my time is over, but this is our experience, and it is great. It is very good, and we are very proud of it, and we are very proud of speaking about it. Thank you. Thank you, Amarildo, for your experience, for presenting your experience with this productive microcredit that comes with the guidance. And also for talking about the partnership, working in partnership with organizations. This is very important in order to better cater for the needs. Now I give the floor to Marcia, Director of the Agency of Rio Grande do Norte. You have 4 minutes.
Good morning. I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation. I'd like to greet Tayna, Luana, Carlo, José Amarildo, and Maud as well. I'll try in 4 minutes, very short time, I will try to say that the AGN is a financial institution that seeks democratization of credit access. We've been working strongly towards the economic empowerment of women, youths, and communities, quilombola communities in Rio Grande do Norte. I'd like to give 2 examples, 2 cases of success cases that we chose for this presentation in cities in the interior of Rio Grande do Norte. I'm currently in Caicó, a city in the Siridó region where women, they produce wonderful embroidery work. And also the city of Bom Jesus is not far from the capital, but it's a city where we have 2 communities and 2 success cases. The first is a rural community with a leader called Cícera Franca, a woman who is today president of the cooperative of Cotegi. She is also president of the Rural Workers Trade Union. She is also a member of the FETRAF, Family Farmers, and she's a leader in her community, and she achieved a historical milestone in her community with access to microcredit. The strongest program is the microcredit program. Similar to Banesti with José Amarildo, we have a program that is very strong to support small entrepreneurs, small businesses in Rio Grande do Norte. And with a bonus that allows our clients, most of whom are women. We have 60% of businesses are led by women in our portfolio. And Cícera was able to purchase a motto cultivator. It was a historical milestone to access credit without bureaucracy. And this motto cultivator changed the history of production of vegetables that she has in her locality. And so they used to employ manual tools. It took the whole day. It was very tiring. But with a motto cultivator, this machine, and I was there, I visited her, in a few minutes to an hour, they can do the work that used to take a whole day in preparing the soil. So they have been celebrating this, and so they sell their vegetables at the open market and at the Family Farming Supply Central. So we work with credit geared towards economic empowerment of women. And we have a second success case in the Grossos community, Quilombola settlement, where men work on the production of manioc and maize. The women work on the processing of manioc, and they produce cakes and breads and biscuits. And with the credit that they accessed, they were able to purchase machines, equipment, industrial equipment, bread maker, and other tools. And they were able to double their production in this Quilombola community in Bom Jesus. So 30%, we have a law here in Rio Grande do Norte, 30% of everything that is purchased by the government needs to be from family farming, and we have a central for family farming supply. And we also have a program for youth empowerment. I'm sorry, it's so little time, but I have a challenge for all of us during this pandemic, a big challenge. I am the first woman directing the Development Agency of Rio Grande do Norte, and I will not rest until we provide credit to women who are victims of domestic violence. This is a challenge in my management. In order to access microcredit, the spouse needs to sign the contract. How are we going to free these women from economic dependence on their aggressors if we cannot, well, if this would require the signature of a spouse? So that's a big challenge. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you for sharing these success cases. It's very good for us to celebrate and reinforce the importance of the work of regional development agencies, because they are able to reach these remote populations. You mentioned quilombolas and women who are victims of violence, domestic violence. Thank you for your contributions, and count on us in your initiative to provide credit to women victims of domestic violence. And so we need to conclude our panel. I'd like to open the possibility of some final remarks, very quick, brief final remarks, a comment just to conclude. Tayna, please. Tayna.
Obrigada. Quero só agradecer o convite e fico muito
Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy. Here we are here at UN Women, very excited and moved with so many people together with us on this journey. We increasingly see that gender equality is being expanded to encompass all the diversity that needs to be considered, as mentioned by Luana and Carlo, and also the concrete actions that are beginning to echo. This revitalizes us to continue on this journey, which is often solitary and arid. It's good to see we are not alone. And so I'd like to thank you also, because it was very good to hear and learn as well. Thank you. Yes, it's true. We need to re-energize and share success cases so that we can be stronger on our journey. Carlo. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to participate. The Global Compact is at your service. We have several companies, and on any point of the journey, when we talk about diversity, sustainability in general, it's a journey. It's a journey towards a movable objective. And so we are at your service to support you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Carlo. Luana. Luana, what your final remarks, please, for us here in Brazil, from Qatar, for us here in Brazil. I'm very optimistic. In spite of all the difficulties that we face, because there's a lot to be done, and we have people, Black people, who are highly skilled and with capacity to contribute to the intellectual construction of policies, interventions, and there's a Brazilian Association of Black Researchers. There's a national network of Black economists. There's REAFRO, the national network of Black entrepreneurs. So our country has a wealth of skilled Black people. This can be done through the banks and through public institutions as well, but we need to recognize that we cannot be subject to political cycles, which is what's been happening in the past few years. That's why private institutions and corporations need to embrace this topic. If the World Economic Forum is able to launch an initiative towards racial equality, placing with the clear goal of fighting structural racism. And so I hope that the recent declarations of companies will materialize in the form of concrete actions. And so one thing that I hope will happen as a result of all these announcements is that institutions will bring about a new set of economic research, more sophisticated research, and effective solutions for a truly sustainable future will be built with the contribution of Black people. Thank you.
With these optimistic words, we're going to conclude, and we are going to go together with development banks, public policy, with the public sector in this journey towards greater diversity and the benefit of development. Thank you all for the invitation and all of your participation, and we are now going to go to the next panel. Thank you. We would like to thank you. Very rich contributions in this panel. Thank you all very much. And the questions that you can see in the chat. We need to continue because of the time, but we will send the questions to participants.
If you want to know everything that's happening in the forum, or that has happened in the forum that we started on Monday, the Development Forum of ABDE, keep an eye on the next issue of the Humus publication, covering the main topics addressed during the week. This new edition will be available digitally on the website of ABDE. And Humus is a publication by ABDE dedicated to discussion on Brazilian development with 45 years of history. In this period, it has as already mentioned, and I reinforce here, it has collected many awards and is qualified as recommended reading by the Ministry of Education and Human and Social Science colleges on the website. You can also access the previous issues of the magazine. Now, let's continue with our program. Sustainable infrastructure. This is the topic of the next panel. And so I'd like to welcome Jean-François Abou, Executive Director of the Global Fund for Cities Development, and Giancarlo Ortega, Manager for Infrastructure and Energy of the International Financial Corporation. Felipe Esquerra Plasencia, Head of CONISU of the Infrastructure and Energy Division of IDB Invest, and Savio Caçador, Manager for Planning of the Development Bank of Espírito Santo. Presenting cases, Carla Primavera, Superintendent of BNDES, and Heraldo das Neves, President of Fomento Paraná. To conduct the panel, as moderator, I'd like to give the floor and welcome Savio Caçador.
Thank you. Good morning, first of all. Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, ABDE, for the opportunity of participating in such an important event for Brazil, for us to discuss Brazilian development. As such, I just would like to make a brief opening remark before we go to our speakers. We know that Brazil was one of the countries that grew the most until the 70s. We have this in statistics and books, etc. However, the Brazilian economy went through a very drastic decline in this growth since the 80s. So we're talking over 40 years of stagnation in Brazil. And there are several explanations, certainly, but one of them is low investment in infrastructure. ABDE understand that an important driver for the resumption of the Brazilian economy growth should go through infrastructure investment. Here we have a yellow traffic light. Operation of infrastructure can issue as much as 70% of greenhouse gases. This needs to be done, therefore, in a sustainable manner in line with the SDGs. Therefore, sustainable infrastructure is a proposal for the Brazilian development supported by ABDE and our members. So I'd like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Jean Rabot, the Executive Director of the Global Fund for Cities Development. Thank you for your participation. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much. I will speak in English, and I will share a PowerPoint presentation. So I'll share my screen. So first of all, thank you very much to ABDE for the invitation. I'm very honored to contribute to this very interesting panel. So my name is Jean-François Rabot. I'm the Executive Director of FMDV. FMDV is the global network of cities and regions dedicated to provide solutions and support on financing urban development. Basically, FMDV is providing support to national and local entities in order to connect their needs on urban investment together with the opportunities and solutions provided by the DFIs, the public development banks, and also the private investors. So we connect through technical assistance, but also through training, peer-to-peer, and multi-stakeholder partnerships, but also through the advocacy that we are providing within the UN agenda in order to promote solutions that can help to implement the UN agendas, and particularly the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. But today I will speak about the challenges of urban infrastructures. Like the keynote speaker introduced, Today, there is an estimation of $90 trillion to meet the urban infrastructure needs within the next 15 years, and of which only 25% is coming for the public. But there is a market failure on infrastructure finance, meaning what we see on a daily basis at FMDV is that on one side, the public authorities, they have projects to be developed and infrastructures at local and national level. Every mayor has a dozen of projects on his desk to be developed and financed, but he cannot find the appropriate resources to answer to its territories. On the other side, we see more and more financial instruments, credit lines developed by public entities, investment vehicles developed by donors and private investors, but those instruments doesn't match either the target of financing urban infrastructures. So it's what I call the market failure. Both demand and the supply side are there. The projects are there, the investment vehicles are there, but there is still this gap. So many explanations can be raised for that. what we say is that there is a lack of capacities in formulating the projects. The public authorities have issues to formulate the projects in line with the condition of the investors and the donors. It's also a level of is that the infrastructure needs is below the investment level of the investors, which is roughly between beyond 10 million euros. So when a city has a project of 5 million, for example, it doesn't reach the level of investment of the donors of investors. So there are needs to see how to aggregate the needs of investment and how to structure strong pipelines of projects. And for that, we, as FMDV, we've worked for the last 5 years on the specific role of the financial intermediaries at national level in order to organize the pipelines of projects, to aggregate investment, and to structure the market and build the capacities of project leaders. And for this, we identify the development banks as policy and market makers for local development. As policy makers, because these public national development banks, and as FMDV, we work with the ones who are specifically working with the cities, what we call the subnational development banks, but I will call it today the development banks. So they are policy makers because they develop and drive national policies that are aligned with SDGs, and this through contributing to the national planning process regarding the financial and national policies to implement the SDGs at local level, but also through integrating the SDGs and the Paris Agreement objectives in their own strategies, in their standards, data, and reporting methodologies in their operating procedures. And this, it contributes to really create the appropriate policies to enhance the market of infrastructure in the countries. And there are also, in that sense, there are also market makers. And this, through consolidating the local and urban financial markets, through developing the enabling environment for urban investment, through improving the local capacities and the national capacities to formulate investment-worthy projects, through developing strong pipelines of projects, through encouraging blending finance and through partnering with international financial and private financial institutions. So these development banks for us are really crucial stakeholders that can really accelerate the investment needs on the infrastructures. And they are key stakeholders that are now recognized by the international UN agendas. Development banks have been integrated into the FFD, the Financing for Development agenda that led to the Addis Abeba action agenda. They are also been integrated into the new urban agenda after the Habitat 3. So the UN have recognized them as really accelerators potential to the infrastructure gap, but now we need also to consolidate them. And to consolidate them, FMDV, together with BDMG, the Bank of Development of Minas Gerais, with IDDRI, a French think tank, and with AFD, the French Agency of Development, we have launched last month the Alliance of Subnational Development Banks in Latin America. So the SDBs, which is also the public development banks, are diverse in status, financing models, and source of finance, but they share common objectives and beneficiaries and partners. Their main objective is really to contribute to financing the infrastructure gap and to support the beneficiaries to structure their capacities and also to structure the market in the countries. So the Alliance of SDBs was launched in April this year, so this month, by BDMG, FD, IDDRI, and FMDV, with the ambition to reinforce the capacities to align the SDBs investment with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, to boost the financial urban markets and develop the pipelines of projects, to develop a platform for dialogues and partnership with development finance institutions and with network of local governments. So through this, we really stress the importance of a multi-level and multi-stakeholders partnerships in order to reach the objectives of the international agenda and to help the project leaders, public project leaders at local and national level to meet the needs of the population and the infrastructures. So I will stop there and I will remain available for the question after that. Thank you very much, and we can unshare my screen.
Bem, obrigado, Jean, pela excelente palestra.
For the excellent presentation. And we will now invite our friend Giancarlo Ortega from IFC. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Savio. To the organizers, I think they will share my presentation. Can you please upload it? And in the meantime, let me start by giving thanks to ABDE for the invitation. I'm certainly delighted to be here. Really excited for the opportunities to exchange views with the colleagues of the panel. But I think even more excited about can you go back one slide? No need for this one yet. But even more excited about the potential role we can play the development banks in Brazil, given everything that's going on and given the infrastructure gap. My name is Giancarlo Ortega. I am the manager for infrastructure of the IFC. IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank. The World Bank lends to governments, but IFC lends to private sector companies developing infrastructure projects. Next slide, please. So the first slide, just to provide a little bit of a reminder of IFC's capabilities and what we do. Please focus on the left-hand side of the slide mainly. Clearly, our bread and butter is providing investment product all across the capital structure. We can provide senior loans on a project finance basis for corporate loans. We can also do mezzanine and subordinated financing. And also, and while not a lot of people know this, we also do equity investments. But I think one of our value added is our ability to mobilize capital, and both on equity and debt. And this is an important aspect when financing infrastructure. Jean-Francois mentioned about the huge gap between availability of projects and needs for financing, but financing supply. And we believe we have a strong role to play to mobilize and bring capital from institutional investors into infrastructure projects. Our syndication desk has access to about 60 plus co-financiers. This makes it very easy to lend alongside us. We basically act as a one-stop shop, coordinating and arranging all of the financing process. And we also have an asset management company, which you can see at the bottom of the left hand of the slide. This is an asset company that manages about $10 billion of equity on a private equity basis. We have the ability to bring potential equity partners alongside us to invest in projects and in the companies that we finance. Going forward, we're open to refinancing. We have a big appetite to grow our participation in debt capital markets. We believe stimulating debt capital markets to finance infrastructure is key to close the infrastructure gap. And we're also doing more sustainability-linked financings, green bonds, blue bonds, etc. Thank you. Last couple of years, and it resonated a lot with me when Jean-Francois was talking about market creators. Our management, aligned with our strategy of creating markets, created a new unit that's called Upstream. And the objective of Upstream is exactly what Jean-Francois was mentioning. We like to intervene early in the process of either a project development to make sure that we can shape that project for it to become bankable, and for eventually to create a pipeline of investment projects in infrastructure. And we do this through different types of intervention. We do it through technical advisory. We support existing clients, share knowledge, share best practices, global expertise. For example, for Brazil, it could be relevant as we work with a water utility to help them devise a strategy on reducing non-revenue water, identify how to reduce that non-revenue water, identify the CapEx needs to do so, and then we would come in and finance such CapEx. So to a certain extent, we are creating markets and creating a pipeline of investable projects. We also do project co-development. Again, we can intervene and fund feasibility studies or for example, for an introduction of a battery into a grid in Brazil. And in the most advanced types of partnerships, we can actually play a co-developer role. So we partner with a private sector company that's developing a project. We share development costs, and when the project reaches financial close, we are able to either provide financing or increase our equity stakes. Again, all of these geared at ensuring that we create bankable projects that then lead on to investment for us. Next slide, please. This is a quick look at our infrastructure portfolio globally. Most of what we do, about 80% of our exposure is in energy. Transport is number 2 at around 20%. And then there are 2 big areas that we're very focused in growing, especially in Latin America, but also Brazil. And one is telecom, media, and technology. And the other one is municipal and environmental infrastructure, which is very close to what Jean-Francois was mentioning in terms of urban infrastructure. Next slide, please. I want to tell you a little bit about strategically, what is it that we're trying to do at IFC Infrastructure? What are the development challenges that we see in Latin America that we are trying to solve? And there are basically 5 main themes. Again, connected to what Jean-Francois was mentioning, urbanization is one of them. I mentioned that municipal and environmental infrastructure is a priority growth area for us. Latin America is a highly urbanized continent with 4 mega cities, 80% population living in cities. So ensuring cities are able to keep up providing services with this inflow of population in a sustainable manner is key for us and for all of the development banks. In this sense, we work with the cities in helping finance projects on BRTs, aerial transport cables, electric mobility, and so on and so on. Digital connectivity. I think the importance of digital connectivity has never been more evident. Good bandwidth, good internet access is essential nowadays. We see a lot of potential in Latin America, and Latin America is overall behind other markets. There are statistics that have proven that, for example, a 10% increase in broadband penetration results in an increase in GDP capital of 1.5% per capita. So again, significant impact, plus it also helps to improve productivity. Climate is essential for us. By 2025, we expect all of our investments to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. This is at the heart of all DFIs. There is a huge need to keep greening the energy matrix to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to allow or to foment climate resilience in vulnerable places such as the Caribbean. And this is something that we're extremely focused on. And then transport connectivity is also extremely important. And the Brazil cases and Colombia cases are especially. Movement of goods within countries is sometimes super expensive. It's incredible, but in Colombia, it's sometimes more expensive to move goods from Bogota to the coast than from other countries to export to China, for example. So again, these are the kind of five themes of developmental challenges that we're trying to address. Next slide, please. I'll go very quickly through this slide. This shows just a few figures of what I'm mentioning before. Look at the energy matrix in Mexico, 80% thermal, a huge need to green that energy matrix. Brazil, I mentioned, huge investment needed in transport, 1.6 trillion needed. Argentina, we've been working with the municipalities of Buenos Aires, for example, working closely with them in helping address the urbanization challenges. 91% of the population in Argentina is urbanized. Productivity, Central American countries, both in productivity and digital connectivity, lag and have huge challenges. Guatemala is 96 percentile, El Salvador is 98. And in terms of digital connectivity, The fiber optics market share is only about 4%. So again, this gives you a little bit of the flavor of the developmental challenges in the different areas of Latin America in these big 5 themes. Next slide, please. And if we now move to Brazil, which is the core of the conversation, for us, it's our largest market in Latin America, and it's evident the huge infrastructure needs. Look at the gap versus other countries in terms of access to sewage and access to water. Brazil lacks peers like Mexico, Turkey, Chile, neighbors like Chile, etc. And coverage of sewage is very low at 49%. The quality of infrastructure, which is a broader measure, is only 3%. It's only 3 out of 7. So there is a huge need to improve infrastructure. So COVID is likely to exacerbate the fiscal tight situation in Brazil. And as you can see, more funds need to go as a percent of GDP into infrastructure. You have a beautiful product in the infra debentures in a fantastic domestic market, but will it be enough? So this leads to a solution. Listen, we need increased private sector participation to fund the gap. And that opens the opportunities for us, development finance institutions, to mobilize such private capital, work together jointly as opposed to compete to close this gap. The pie is big enough. Next and last slide, please. And in terms of cooperation with DFIs, and just focus on the right-hand column, please. We have kind of 3 initiatives. One is we're working with Brazilian DFIs to ensure that they align their environmental and social risk management practices with those of the IFC performance standards. We're working closely with IDB and BNDES to also structure PPPs. PPPs are a great way to obviously bring private sector capital to infrastructure. And finally, we're trying to work with the Brazilian DFIs to align the financing practices to international market standards. This way, we'll be able to co-finance together this huge pipeline of projects and close the infrastructure gap in Brazil. Thank you.
Obrigado, Giancarlo, por essa excelente palestra.
Thank you, Giancarlo, for this excellent presentation and excellent contribution of the World Bank and IFC has given us in the world. Now, Felipe from BidInvest. Good morning, Felipe. You have the floor.
Bom dia e muito obrigado. Acho que vocês.
Good morning, thank you. I'd like the organization to show and share my 3 slides. First, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel and to present the work of the IDB group, thus in Latin America regarding sustainable infrastructure. Can someone please share my presentation?
Bom, eu vou começando de qualquer forma.
I will start anyway. First, a brief comment about COVID-19. I beg your pardon, no, about the Grupo BID, about the IADB group. It is a multilateral institution for Latin America and the Caribbean. And today, the IDB group works in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean through 3 main institutions, through 3 different institutions. First of all, the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, for the regions in the country, loans and guarantees and grants. Then we have IDB Invest, in which we have operations with the private sector. Without guarantees, we loan money to private companies and also public capital companies in the region. And a third area of work is the IDB Lab, involving development of businesses and innovation systems. The IDB group has 47 shareholders, 26 of which are the 26 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, from Mexico to Argentina. It holds 54% of the capital is in the hands or is held by Latin America and the Caribbean member countries.
Y especialmente dos de mayor participación dentro dos accionistas da região, con una participación de 12%. Vocês podem passar ao seguinte slide, por favor.
Next one, please. Some numbers, figures. The IDB Invest, we manage $14 billion and 401 projects financed in our portfolio. Brazil represents around 20% of our portfolio. Now I'd like to comment on how we support development of sustainable development or sustainable infrastructure development, I beg your pardon, in the region. This core of our work is to attract private capital to financing infrastructure. As Carlo mentioned, there is a need for infrastructure, and between 2008 and 2017, Latin American Caribbean countries invested in infrastructure around 2.8% of GDP, a number that is well below what's being invested by other countries in other regions in the world, such as Central Asia, Middle East, North Africa, etc. So they are investing over 5%. The estimates that we have, and that many organizations publish, is that LAC needs to invest between 5 and 7% of the GDP in a sustainable manner along the next 15 years.
This means doubling the volume of investment in the period 2008-2017. And this will not be possible, or it will not be possible only through public investments. And so attracting private capital is the central axis of our operation. So as a group, we work in coordination along two very clear lines. The first is the need for structuring bankable projects, viable projects in the private sector. And IDB works through a central unit for PPP advisory office, working with countries to develop and create regulatory frameworks and legal frameworks that allow for the development of such structures. On the other hand, we work also with governments in the region in the structuring of specific projects. On the other hand, as BD Invest, we provide financing for projects developed by the private sector in market conditions, generally with project finance, long-term project finance structures, with a particularity that is to always seek co-financing with other market institutions, and a focus, special focus on developing infrastructure that will allow bringing capital markets to the structure. And so in 2018, we developed 2 operations in Brazil for financing of renewable energy, in which we provided a guarantee for the issuance of a debenture in a way that we took on the risk, the project's risk, and the investor purchasing debentures was purchasing debentures while we run the risks. And so the investments came on board at an initial phase, and because generally capital markets don't want to run this risk, and we also extended the deadlines because the market, or longer deadlines, we extended the deadlines. And so to end the last comment related to our work, our collaboration work, permanent collaboration with other multilateral development institutions, DFIs, and local development banks in the region. Working jointly is also a central part of our strategy on all the aspects that I mentioned. So we participated together with IFC and with BNDES on a facility, a mechanism for the structuring of projects. So we, at IDP, we are working with Caixa Econômica Federal on the FEPI fund for the structuring of water and sanitation projects with subnational entities. On the other hand, we are seeking always to maximize efforts and looking for co-financing opportunities. So in Brazil, we already co-financed several BNDES projects, and with Caixa Econômica in the water and sanitation, and also we want to continue this joint work, one of our central strategies, not only in Brazil, but also in general in Latin America. I'll stop here, and I'm available for questions. Thank you. Thank you, Felipe, for the excellent presentation on the role of BD Invest and what you've been doing in the past few years. And it's remarkable how BD Invest has increased its participation in Latin America. I remember a recent case of cooperation with the BDMG colleagues for the structuring of the issuance of green bonds, which is so relevant today. Now we will move on to some cases, subnational cases and national cases, to show the importance and how ABDE has been working so that the national development system has been working very strongly nationally and regionally. So we will start with Carlo Primavera from BNDES, who is going to talk to us about what BNDES has been doing regarding sustainable infrastructure. Carlo, you have 5 minutes. Good morning, Sergio. I will share my presentation. Thank you for the invitation. I think the case presentation was very timely after Felipe and Carlo and Jean-François's presentations, reinforcing the importance of cooperation between the national development system and institutions that are multilateral institutions and development banks. And so the need for infrastructure and the energy transition towards a low-carbon economy poses the challenge of funding, requiring efforts from all of us, and also knowledge, deep knowledge, and human capital at these institutions, a good understanding about the projects. So I really believe in this cooperation, I really believe in collaboration, and so this is a project that was co-financed by BNDES and infrastructure debentures in an effort to attract private capital as well. And so this was an experience of the bank in the long term. We share the guarantees of this project with the debenture purchasers. And Felipe mentioned in his presentation, IDB guaranteed the infrastructure debentures, and this was also shared with the banking credit of BNDES. And so we do have a lot of experience in this syndicalization. And so a project that generated 62 megawatts of capacity, and also the long-term sharing with the infra debentures. And so these projects, they have a project finance base associated with the payment capacity. So there is an analysis regarding the deployment capacity of the entrepreneur. And so the basis and assumptions for the structuring of this financing, they're all similar in our different institutions. And here, the characteristics, both of the banking debt and the role of the capital market in the co-financing. And here, perhaps the big global challenge that we have a commitment and mission of promoting this. And so these renewable projects in Brazil, they are closely linked to social responsibility, environmental and climate responsibility as well. And so in the regions where these projects are located, there is job generation, income increases. So the HDI of the municipalities where this project is deployed, they have a significant increase in HDI. We are able to reach households with these projects and contribute significantly for the transition towards a low carbon income. Now on lessons learned from this project and the context in which its context in Brazil. So the role of BNDES is expansion of generation, and how much of this generation is renewable,
and how much Brazil has a strategical stand that is very relevant for this energy transition. So we have the opportunity of growth and cooperation, and I believe this panel translates that. We supported 73% of the added capacity. We are an institution that works only in Brazil, and we are within the top clean energy investors in the world. This makes us share with our partners experiences, and also that we inaugurate a few paths for a Brazilian market. We were the first institution in Brazil to issue a green bond, even with the sanitary crisis, with questions of liquidity, but we went to the market and we issued green bonds. There is a path that is mature and a path of opportunities for investing in sustainable futures. We still have a long way to go, but I do have a lot of, I am very convinced, beg your pardon, about this, with cooperation with multilateral institutions, working with green bonds, social bonds, unionization, and we do have a clean energy matrix. We have an open market that is becoming more and more mature. Therefore, we do believe we are going to have to face these new technological frontiers, which will bring us a lot of investment and low-risk investment. This is music to investors' ears. So I'm not sure whether I am late. Such little time, but to talk about so many interesting things. I thank you for my invitation, and I am available for questions. Thank you, Carla. You're on time. Don't worry. So BNDES participation is great. This participation of connecting with what is done abroad and bringing it to Brazil, this is important. The partnership that BNDES has with subnational entities. So it is great to hear these possibilities at the local level. Thank you, Carla. Now, Mr. Heraldo Neves from Fomento Paraná to talk to us about their work in terms of sustainable infrastructure in the south of the country. Good morning, Heraldo. Floor is yours. Good morning, all of you. I'd like to salute you, Salvio, Caçador, also Carla, a partner in BNDES. I'd like to salute all other banks in this panel. Before talking about our condition as a financial agent that practices sustainable infrastructure financing, I'd like to give you some background, and this is also I'd like to salute IDDRI. In 2016-17, Luciano Schwarzman from IDDRI spoke to us about the possibility of a partnership and an activity in partnership with this bank that brought about a cooperation term of $50,000 with a German agency, and this was used to address in our institution the culture of the sustainable agenda. So we started and went through this sustainable agenda. Based on this cooperation, we had some important results, and I'd like to talk about a few of them. We have an office focused on a green agenda. The social and environmental policy was totally reformed, and we now have a committee responsible for the sustainability agenda. Some results can be attributed to the facilitation promoted by our IADB consultants back then. We have a program together with Copel, the electricity company in the state. They are earmarking resources to our schools. Around 225 state levels. It is a non-reimbursable financing project under the program of energy efficiency. We also have a counterpart with the local government, so that we provide energy to the schools with photovoltaic panels, part of a program that we call Escola Energia Zero, or Schools Zero Energy. So this all started with the implementation or awareness raising about sustainability. in bringing it into our culture here. Well, our main portfolio is around 1 billion reals in this portfolio, and we added items related to sustainable infrastructure, such as today we finance LED lighting for cities. We finance photovoltaic panels for equipment in town halls and local governments. We are 390 something cities or municipalities. Another important project had to do with our basic portfolio to municipalities. And one of the most important ones has to do with paving projects. Many local governments want to work in this area. Paving has a very strong cutout with sustainability. Yes, we include in this project accessibility, mobility, water galleries, etc. All this part of our financing paving, I beg your pardon. One last example has to do with the agriculture bank or the producers bank. So we are also financing photovoltaic solutions to to farmers. The state of Paraná also produces a lot in the area of livestock raising, both in all areas of livestock raising. And we are also financing this area also at zero interest rates. So these cases were very much linked to our partnership with IDDRI. We can provide you details if you like, and I give the floor back to Salvo Caçador and thank for the opportunity of participating. It is great to see how much Fomento Paraná is a successful case in development at the subnational level. Now we will go to the final remarks of our panelists. 2 minutes to each one of them.
Jean-François, 2 minutes for your final remarks, please.
I'll try to be even shorter. I think it was very great to hear all of you, and what I got from it is the importance of the multi-level partnerships, gathering DFIs, private investors, national public banks, and local authorities in order to co-design the projects and to co-design the financial strategy to finance it. And I think Giancarlo also mentioned how IFC is doing this, and this is for me the key. We need to break the silos and to open the collaboration between the different partners. And I will stop there. Thanks.
Jean, obrigado mais uma vez.
Thank you once again, Jean. Giancarlo Ortega, your final remarks. 2 minutes.
Fully agreed. Thanks again for the opportunity. I think we have the path that we have to follow, and there are specific cases in which these institutions have cooperated together to finance infrastructure projects successfully, to bring in capital from institutional investors from outside. The need for capital is huge, and we have to keep innovating to be able to attract that foreign capital, institutional investors, etc. And let me close with just highlighting one case in which we actually work together with IDB Invest, which is the Porto de Sergipe LNG to Power project. To me, that is the footprint that we have to follow. A fantastic, first of its kind project in Brazil, very difficult, where IDB and IFC cooperated, working together, provided significant funding, but at the same time, through the expert credit agency, Goldman Sachs was able to arrange a bond to bring in institutional investors that wanted Brazilian reais exposure and exposure to the power sector in Brazil, mobilizing a significant, a huge amount of the financing for that project. So again, I think between us, we've in a certain way all cooperated and have different case studies, and we have the footprint to be able to follow that and continue attracting private sector investment into infrastructure. Thank you.
Giancarlo, muito obrigado mais uma vez. Felipe, do
Thank
BD
you once
Invest.
again. Felipe from BD Invest. Your final remarks, please.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Bom, eu vou detrás de dois colegas, então provavelmente algumas coisas que vou falar.
Some of the things I'm going to say might be a repetition, but on my side, there are three messages. All financing resources and technical resources are necessary. There's no waste. There's no waste because there are many projects, many needs, more needs and projects than resources. And the second message is the need to have all institutions working to develop projects that will allow raising more capital to invest in infrastructure, and especially in general and in Brazil. In addition to the country's own resources and Brazilian capital markets, it is essential to continue working to create structures that will allow bringing in more external capital for the funding of infrastructure. And there are international investors and players, institutional ones, as well as other credit financial institutions that have an interest in financing in Brazil. And to end, some food for thought. I think it might be a relevant working element for all the institutions, Brazilian development institutions at the national and subnational level, which is to try to address one of the key problems, to bring in more capital for the financing of infrastructure. It is the availability of reais. Today, there is an interest on the part of foreign investors in financing projects in Brazil, but almost all the infrastructure financing in Brazil is done in reais. These are projects linked to water and sanitation or transport tariffs or energy tariffs that are all in real. So it's very hard to finance projects with US dollar or foreign currency. It is the capacity of banks, public Brazilian banks, to work to find ways to provide the funding for projects in reais through guarantee structures and bringing in other players to take on project risks. This might be an interesting line of work that will allow reaching this objective of bringing in more players to invest in infrastructure in Brazil. Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. Carla from BNDES, 2 minutes for your final remarks. I'd like to reinforce the message of cooperation and attraction of foreign capital. There's a huge need for infrastructure in Brazil. All efforts, all investors are more than welcome. And beyond the need itself for infrastructure and the infrastructure gap that we need to bridge, there is an opportunity for resuming Brazilian growth and contributing to a low-carbon economy. So the national development system has the human capital. BNDES has many experiences and maturity with the multilateral institutions and international development banks. So together, offering to private capital and Brazilian capital markets a good understanding, a good pricing, and estimates of the risks of these projects. We are capable of doing this. This is our mission at each of our institutions, and so we can take a sustainable development post-COVID path. Thank you. And I think, so that's the word of order, cooperation. And now, Heraldo. Yes, cooperation is the key word. The recovery of economic activity without cooperation and in cooperation without additional resources, especially from multilaterals, and will not be successful. Fomento Paraná it includes in its private portfolios, except for our public portfolio, with its own resources here at the institution. So the private lines of the private portfolio, we basically do this with intermediated resources. Still on sustainable infrastructure, we intermediate. BNDES are our main partner. 80% of our national mobilization is BNDES. We offer all lines possible for the financing of infrastructure, of course, with a focus on sustainability, with the intermediate BNDES, automatic BNDES, climate and others, and we intermediate FINEP, innovative procurement, and we are now looking for international resources. We have great capacity for leverage, over 1 billion reais in possibilities for us to raise resources and injecting this in our economy with a focus on sustainability. And so this is how we're going to work, preferably, mobilizing external resources. And so I'd like to end here. Savio, thank you for the opportunity, and also thank you to ABDE once again. Thank you, Heraldo. And to conclude our panel on sustainable future, I'd like to thank on behalf of the Development Bank of Espírito Santo the invitation to moderate this important panel at this incredible event organized by ABDE. Thank you for Giancarlo, Heraldo, Carla, Jean-François, Felipe, and so the ABDE colleagues have given me the hard task of trying to summarize everything that's been said in this brilliant event.
I will try and summarize by saying the following. First of all, Brazil and the world in general have a major challenge, especially Brazil, and an important driver for the resumption of the growth of the economy is investing massively in infrastructure. This will help us to be more competitive in global value chains. Second, I see as a major opportunity. We need to invest in infrastructure, yes, and why not focusing on sustainable infrastructure? Brazil has major important environmental assets. We have a clean energy matrix. We have technical capacity, capabilities for sustainable infrastructure. Thirdly, cooperation, I beg your pardon. It is very much used, and it is essential for us to advance in this topic. It is important that we go hand in hand, that we work jointly. Thank you all very much for your participation and have you all a good day. Salve o Caçador has just... I would like to thank you for your moderation in such a brilliant panel. Well, I commented something in the beginning, which was the ABDE IADP award. The enrollment is open, so we have ABDE and IADB supporting with the support of Brazilian Cooperatives Organization. So the topic is diversity, general aspects and challenges for development. In addition, there will be work also to be received in the two other traditional categories that we are used to. You have, you can see the regulations in ABDE website until the 7th of July. So let's continue with our forum. We're now going to have conversation about the central topic of today, a transition that is sustainable and inclusive. So I'd like to invite Luis Esteves, the chief economist for the Bank of Northeast, to moderate this session. Also, we'd like to invite Mr. Martin Hama and Paulo Medas for the discussions. Welcome you all to the fourth day of our forum. Thank you, Adalgisa. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the invitation of ABDE to moderate this round table on a sustainable and inclusive transition. And also, I'd like to congratulate the organization of this event, very high level. Third, I'd like to thank our speakers, Mr. Martin Rama and Paulo Medas. It is a pleasure being here with you and sharing this discussion with you. And also, I'd like to apologize the fact that I will have to use my mask because of my regulations here where I am. But this may be good news for the panel. So we're going to divide this panel into 3 parts. We have 15 minutes, 50 minutes, and we will divide into 3 parts, 3 sessions. We're going to start with a 15-minute presentation by each one of the guests. And then, secondly, we're going to discuss, and I will monitor questions or comments in the chat, which we'll address. And finally, we're going to have final remarks by our speakers. So I'd like to start with the first presentation in this first part of the event, and I'd like to ask Dr. Martin Rama for his presentation. It is a pleasure welcoming you here today. You have the floor.
Good morning, Luis. Good morning, Paulo, and good morning, everybody. My pleasure to be with you at ABDE today.
I will like to share a few thoughts on the crisis, the COVID crisis and its implications for growth and for a sustainable recovery with you, building on our semi-annual report for the region. At the World Bank, twice a year, in around March and around September, we publish an update on where the region is and what the prospects are. And I would like to make, because I only have 15 minutes, a few points that we can then discuss. The first point is that the severity of the crisis in Latin America and the Caribbean is bigger, harder, stronger than what we think. Second, that there is enormous uncertainty in terms of the recovery, even on the numbers, and I will share some information to suggest that things may not be today exactly the way we think they are. And then I want to, perhaps in a bit counterintuitive way, claim that this crisis is not just a reason to be very negative in our forecast about the future, but it may be bringing a few good things under the form of disruption. So I will make 2 points on how disruptions may give us economic progress in areas where through reforms we have been very slow, and how disruption may give us a cleaner path to growth. So if you allow me, I will share my screen just to show a few slides. I hope that you can see it, my presentation now. I have to, sorry, I'm moving this because it's blocking my view. Sorry. So this is the report I was referring to. There is the link there. The first point I made is the crisis was probably worse than we thought. One exercise we do in this report is to look at the death toll that the region suffered. When this crisis started, we were expecting the death toll from COVID to be the worst in the least developed countries because of their weak institutional capacity, because of their weak healthcare systems. It turned out that at least in 2020, most of the impact was in advanced economies and in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what we do here is to compare the official deaths from COVID-19, which are in the horizontal axis per million people accumulated over 2020, with the excess mortality. Excess mortality is we take the deaths observed in 2020 and we compare with a normal year, which is an average of the previous 5. And you will expect, perhaps, the two figures to be aligned on the 45-degree line, which you see here. And it's true that for some countries like Belgium, like France, but also Chile and Brazil, basically the two figures coincide. But you see also a few other things. First is that the Latin American countries, the ones that are in dark purple, are much higher up than the rest of the world. You may say this is because we are missing countries that have such weak institutions that they don't have mortality data. But we checked for the few countries in Africa where we could check, countries in Africa resemble the green dots, not the purple dots. If you look at these dots, what you realize is that for one death from COVID-19, one official death around the world, you can count 1.3 deaths in terms of excess mortality. In our region, you can count 1.9. And what you will see also is that the region has enormous diversity between a very hard toll, heavy toll on death in the Andean region to a relatively mild or even negative in the case of Uruguay in 2020. Uruguay is now going through a very harsh second wave. But so you see a big discrepancy. So we know that the region had the worst impact in economic terms, the biggest decline in GDP across all regions in 2020, all developing regions. What we claim here is the death toll was in general much higher than what we expected. Second point is this crisis has a lot of uncertainties. It's a new crisis. Our models didn't have supply shocks like those that come from lockdowns. We don't know how to model that. There has been enormous uncertainty on the way the pandemic will unfold, second waves, vaccines. There has been a surprising heterogeneity in the capacity of governments to respond to the crisis. Governments we thought were very capable were not so much able to handle it. So we have some skepticism on the numbers, even our numbers, even if our report has our forecast. And one thing we do, in my second point, is we use satellite data, real-time data on nitrogen dioxide emissions as a proxy for economic activity, because nitrogen dioxide is what comes from exhaust, chimneys, is very highly correlated with economic activity, with different elasticities by country, but we take that into account. And here's what we get. We can measure nitrogen dioxide emissions by very tiny tiles around the world every day, thanks to data from NASA. Here you have a comparison of economic activity with the last quarter of 2019, the last normal quarter, let's say, before the COVID crisis. And you see that in the midst of the pandemic of the first wave, quarter 2, 2020, everybody's in the red, and in the red very significantly. These are GDP numbers. These are transformations from NO2, nitrogen dioxide, to GDP. And you see very negative numbers. You see that very quickly, by third quarter, China and Vietnam are already into blue territory. So they are above the last quarter of 2019. And the trend continues in quarter 4, 2020. Now, if we do this for the first quarter of 2021, what we see is that except for Europe and in Latin America, Venezuela, we are already into mild positive territory. And you may wonder why this is so. Our numbers from national accounts are not telling this. There could be measurement issues, but again, the measurement issues on the nitrogen dioxide side, but also we believe that some of our instruments to measure economic activity may not be the best suited at a time when a lot is happening through virtual mechanisms and through teleworking and the like. Third point I want to make is that while there are many reasons, or several good reasons, to be very negative, to be very pessimistic about the impact of the COVID pandemic, there are also a few hints for optimism. The negative reasons are well known. We have human capital that has been lost, children not going to school. We have over-indebted economies, over-indebted firms. We have people who have withdrawn from the labor market, especially women. All that is very bad, so the negatives are there. But for the first time in Latin America, we're having a very strong structural change. This is something that was difficult to accomplish through economic policy. For instance, our region has the most free trade agreements of any region except Western Europe, and still the ratio of trade to GDP has not moved. Now we have entire sectors of the economy collapsing, tourism, personal services, and sectors booming, logistics, ICT, finance. And it turns out that the productivity of the sectors booming is generally bigger than the productivity of the sectors contracting. So one exercise that we do is to think, well, if the economy was to go back not to where it was in 2019, but to the structure we are seeing at the end of 2020, and we were to reweight productivities by sector with this change in the composition, then you will see that there are sectors that will be gaining just from this sectoral change. Of course, in the short term, we only have the negative. We have the negative impact. But there is some truth to this story when you think of the case of Argentina. Just to caricature, but taking an extreme case, Argentina had a terrible crisis in 2020. Its GDP fell by $56 billion in 2020. The value of the three biggest IT companies in Argentina, just the three biggest, increased by $66 billion. Of course, that increase is not GDP, and by the way, it's not taxable, easily taxable by the government. That shows the kind of transformation and the challenges it is posing. One thing the report does is to assess, and I will go very quickly, how prepared the region is for digitization across a range of indicators. Why we do this? Because we think that digitization is one of the biggest transformations that is coming from this crisis. And digitization may be a disruptor, not just that the ICT sector is more productive, Digitization may be changing finance, where access to finance was really low for Latin America and the Caribbean compared to its development level. It may help us with formalization. Of course, we now see a lot of people working on deliveries, and those are informal jobs, but that's just by design. We could know how much they earn. We could have social protection, health insurance that covers these people. It may be good for trade integration. So we do this benchmarking, and what we find, very interestingly, is two things. One is, roughly speaking, half of the population of Latin America and the Caribbean will not benefit from digitization just because they don't have internet, or they have internet that is too expensive. But also across countries, we see a big difference. This is the distribution of unicorns. This is big companies that are valued more than $1 billion, that have been financed through venture capital, and that are still private. And you see this value of the companies, the unicorns, in percent of GDP. And you see, of course, that the Estonias and the Singapores and the Chinas of the world are leading. But you see Brazil and Argentina and Uruguay and Colombia in that league. Same thing if you look at unicorns per capita. Last point, if I may have 1 minute, is another disruption that we may have in our hand, and that's in the energy sector. And here's where the sustainability comes in. Latin America and the Caribbean, especially Latin America, has the cleanest energy matrix in the world. We have a lot of hydropower, wind, potential for solar. So we should have the cheapest energy, the cheapest electricity in the world, even including carbon tax to account for emissions. And instead, you have here, this is what the cost should be if we were efficient, the cost of electricity. Here's what the cost of electricity is for firms in Latin America and the Caribbean, the most expensive. And this is what it is for households. I will not enter into the details of why this is so. Part of it is because other regions subsidize electricity a lot, but a lot is because of inefficiency in our region. And there are two, again, disruptions that we can tap: distributed generation, electricity trade, that could give us cheaper electricity, more energy, and therefore more growth. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing now.
Som está desativado. Gostaria de agradecer, muito interessante.
Thank Martin for the interesting presentation with very interesting inputs for our discussion. I have some questions, and we are also keeping an eye on participants' questions, but I'll leave that to the second part. So we'll move on straight to the second presentation by Paulo Medes from the IMF. Please, Paulo, you have the floor. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I also have a few slides. Share if it works. I hope you can see it. If you can see my slides. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. We are in the midst of a crisis, a pandemic, but we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But much more progress is needed, and the priority is obviously vaccination, getting everyone vaccinated in the world, because that's the only moment we are really going to be exiting this crisis. Nevertheless, it is time to start thinking about the recovery. And as Martin mentioned, to some degree, this also creates an opportunity to rethink a little bit on how to improve economies and efficiency and getting. So, the first point, I think, is that we are in the midst of a crisis, and we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But much more progress is needed, and the priority is obviously vaccination, getting everyone vaccinated around the world, because that's the only moment we are really going to be exiting this crisis. Nevertheless, it is time to start thinking about the recovery. And as Martin mentioned, to some degree, this also creates an opportunity to rethink a little bit on how to improve economies and efficiency and getting Go to slide 2. So one characteristic we have seen in this crisis, which was unique in many ways, was that governments have taken unprecedented measures in size, but also in scale, in the sense of reaching all families and firms to help save lives and livelihoods. Based on a survey that we collect information on data, we added that the discretionary measures by governments around the world added to around $16 trillion. They were mainly in advanced economies, but some emerging markets, including Brazil, have taken significant measures, especially in 2020. This included additional spending, subsidies, transfers, but also loans and guarantees to firms. For example, among the G20 advanced economies, half of the above the lines of the spending revenue support was devoted to employment protection, the household's income. Among emerging markets, we have seen significant public works, like typically aimed at infrastructure investment, but also employment protection. So this has been really unique in the sense of the size of action, the quick action of governments to help people. Of course, these measures were absolutely necessary, but they also meant a cost. And what we have seen the cost for government is the very large increase in deficits, and that to some degree will persist in time. Here I'm showing projections, comparing the projections of our latest World Economic Outlook that the fund published recently, for example, that in the red line, and compare it to the pre-pandemic projections that we had, which was at the time of January 2020 in Economic Outlook release. And as you can see, comparison, there's been a very large increase in debt, especially among the advanced economies, which was already high, but it's now really at record high levels. And to a less degree, but the same pattern, we have seen very large increases in public debt among emerging markets. Deficits, government deficits have been also at very large levels. For example, on average, among advanced economies, the fiscal deficits averaged almost 12% of GDP in 2020 and almost 10% of GDP among emerging markets. So this has been, again, a necessary measures governments have taken, but together with a large economic contraction and reduction in taxes led to very, very large deficits and a high debt that countries will to manage looking forward. Also, the crisis has left many scars, and as Martin mentioned, there is still a lot of uncertainty at the depth and the size of the damage that we will see from this crisis. We have seen, for example, here I'm comparing emerging markets, and again I'm comparing the path that was expected for GDP in each of these economies before the pandemic, which is the blue line, and the latest projections, which is the red line. And as you can see, even though our projections have been upgraded to previous projections, we expect GDP to remain significantly below what we were projecting before the crisis in all countries, except China, which we will expect to converge to the pre-pandemic trends. But Brazil, South Africa, India, and many other emerging markets, we expect they will not recover to the trends that we had seen pre-crisis. But this is not just about growth. We are also seeing significant increases in poverty and inequality. For example, many workers will also need to find new jobs. And we have seen children's education has suffered. So in our latest fiscal monitor, we estimate that the children from poor families have been disproportionately affected by this crisis. It's estimated that up to 6 million children in emerging markets and developing economies could drop out of school in 2021 with lifelong adverse consequences. So for poverty, but also for productivity and for the growth of the country. Now, turning to what should be the agenda for governments in the years ahead in terms of the economic recovery. As I mentioned, the country governments are going to face very difficult challenges and address these many scars of the crisis in the midst, again, of incredible degree of uncertainty about the future. One of the things we have stressed in reports is that many countries are now facing increasingly less fiscal space to act. They have acted a lot, debt is high, deficits are high. So it is important to have a credible medium-term fiscal framework, in the sense that it's important to explain to markets that governments understand that they're going to have to contain debt, bring it to more sustainable levels, but at the same time, it's important to continue to support the economy, people, businesses, for some time more until the recovery is entrenched. It's also going to be important for governments to think of strategies how to support economic activity, but also create new jobs as we see a structural transformation of the economies, and to prevent that the increase in poverty that we have seen becomes more persistent. It's really important to move fast to avoid that. That would have significant scares, long-term scares for the economy. So one point I wanted to make is that, building also Martin's point, is that governments have policy choices now that are going to have very long-term impacts. This is a moment that the policymakers have to really think how to start rebuilding their economies and how to do it better. So making economies more inclusive, greener, and more resilient to crisis. So what we have seen is that in many cases, in many economies, governments were not well prepared for this crisis, which affected really the most vulnerable parts of our society. So some of the points we raised in our report is the importance of investing in health systems, including expanding vaccinations, the ability to respond quickly to this crisis, but also education and infrastructure. And when you're talking about infrastructure, also think about how you link that to accelerate the transition to a more digital and green economy. It's also going to be an important aspect. But also another importance linked to resilience, strengthening social protection systems to help during crisis and counter inequality and poverty. Here's absolutely critical governments ensure provision of basic services and goods to everyone, especially during crisis. So let me focus now, just as an example, limited time, on two aspects I would like to stress. One is the role of public investment. We think that this is really a time to focus on public investment. Why? First, interest rates remain relatively low, private savings are high, and the private sector is still in a wait-and-see mode. So private investment remains relatively depressed, partially due to the high uncertainty. And firms are waiting to see about the future. We are still seeing some reaction, but we don't know how sustainable this is. So public investment can help this process. It can help because also there are complementarities between public investment and private investment. And our evidence shows that in moments of high uncertainty, the effects, the multiplier effects of public investment, impacts on growth are quite large. Second, even before the pandemic, as I show here in the chart, public investment was relatively low for over a decade in many countries. So we have seen public capital stocks actually declining in countries. So there is a significant infrastructure needs in many emerging economies along. This is also another important reason why to focus on investment. And as I mentioned before, another area is climate change. Climate change will involve several aspects. Will involve carbon taxes, which it's a key part of the strategy, but also investment. For example, in our report, we also estimate that the adaptation needs in terms of investment would cost around 1% of global GDP every year. Of course, varying country for country, but there is a need. This is an opportunity that governments are going to increase public investment. This is one they should focus. Another aspect I wanted to mention, it's one area we've been working with many countries, is you should invest now, but you should do it well. So what we see is that there's still a lot of resources that are supposed to be directed to investment, but they are lost. They are lost because of inefficiencies. They are lost because of corruption, because of governance. So it is very important to really ensure that this is done in a way with a high degree of governance. We also noticed one important area is building the capacity to invest well. We see that in periods where countries are increasing significant investment, this leads to even larger cost overruns of these projects. It's important to really invest on investing well. And I just wanted to take the occasion also to advertise a book we have published recently exactly on these issues, which is called Well Spent and How Strong Infrastructure Government Can End Waste Public Investment. So this is absolutely critical in a period that fiscal deficits are high, where public finances are under stress. It's important that every dollar is well spent. Another aspect I wanted to focus is on strengthening social assistance. And I know I'm running out of time, so let me just be very quick. So the crisis has demonstrated the vital importance of social safety nets that can be quickly activated to provide lifelines to struggling families. High social spending is effective, can be very effective in reducing poverty, but only when it provides adequate assistance and covers the poorest segments of society. We really have seen during this crisis governments struggling and having to come up with very quickly with solutions to reach those that were most vulnerable in this crisis, because the existing systems were not doing as good a job as we expected, even though some countries were able to provide very effective assistance. For example, Brazil in 2020, at the height of the crisis, created new programs that help prevent the rise in poverty. But these were, again, emergency programs, and it's important to think through long-term having this social assistance, social safety nets that are permanent and are well designed and they can be cost effective while being really protection. One thing I wanted to mention also is that what we see is that there's sometimes a disparity between what are the best tools and what countries are using more. So, for example, what we see in our evidence and others, including us, is that cash transfers can be very effective. But in fact, they are less used than others, which are less effective in reaching the poorest. So it's also important to think through carefully about the best tools to get the most vulnerable. So in sum, to finish, governments have gone to exceptional lengths to shore up their economies, but further work is needed to get ahead of the pandemic, including vaccination, but also provide support to continue to provide support to households and firms until the recovery is firmly in place, and set the stage for a recovery that is greener, fairer, and more durable. So Some of the elements I have mentioned have a medium-term fiscal strategy that manages the high levels while contributing for this inclusive economic growth, more resilient and green economy. This, in many countries, because fiscal space is very limited, will require private prioritization of spending and enhancing efficiency, and in some cases will imply higher taxes to finance these needs. We also advocate in our report that countries can do more to reduce inequality, which was exacerbated by the pandemic. And this means both pre-distributed measures like investing in education, investing in health, and redistributive policies like more progressive taxation. This can help break the vicious cycle of inequality. And it's really important to, especially to keep social cohesion in these times of crisis, that governments make an effort to provide better access to basic services. Again, stressing once more, vaccines is absolutely critical now, but also social safety nets for now and for the future, for future crises. But for this, the governments also have to strengthen transparency and accountability to the taxpayers and to the public in general. And I'll stop here and to discuss. I'll stop the presentation. Thank you. Happy to answer any question.
Oi? Perfeito. Gostaria de agradecer mais uma vez. Eu acho que a gente está tendo oportunidade.
Once again, we have the opportunity to have a very high-level discussion. The presentations by Marcia from the World Bank and Paulo from the IMF. I have some comments on some important points that you both mentioned. So I'll start with 2 points brought up by Paulo that we should take into account. The first is the circumstances with which we, or under which we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. We already had a situation, a post-2008 crisis situation. Many countries were still seeking fiscal consolidation given the increase in fiscal debt, because we didn't have much fiscal room even before COVID, and several countries were making an effort towards fiscal consolidation, and they were all surprised by this very negative and strong shock. And this somehow had an even worse impact on public accounts, because it does require that all countries in the world, regardless of their level of development, they have to seek resources to increase efficiency. And the second point is
the ability of some countries, even receiving help from international organizations, their capacity to absorb these resources and allocate efficiently. Here, we're talking about resources and efficiency, to increase efficiency as much as possible. I believe that if we look at absorption capacity measures, we will see that developing countries are less efficient, I beg your pardon, and maybe there will be more waste. And it is a difficulty, especially regarding the COVID-19, and countries that have still ahead of them a large deficit to materialize the SDGs. They will need to increase efficiency quite a lot of the few resources that will be available to them. Another point regarding Martin, Martin's presentation, still following. It is, of course, a negative adverse shock, but it doesn't mean it doesn't bring opportunities. And Martin mentions that about the way we can change the energy matrix in the world, looking for greater sustainability and greater efficiency. And this is not going to be the first time that this happens in the economic history. We had the other pandemics before. We had several banks breaking, collapsing, banks and companies collapsing, but those who remained increased scale. So several sciences, statistics, mathematics evolved after these adverse shocks, and these points can guide our challenges ahead. Be more efficient, knowing there are negative shocks, but we can transform these into good opportunities of gain with disruptive innovations that will emerge. We do have questions, and Adalgisa, we have some questions in the chat. If you could let us know. Sure. The question has a lot to do with what you said just now. How can financial institutions work to reduce dramatic impact of COVID-19 in the countries?
Bem, eu vou pedir, a gente segue a ordem, Martin, por gentileza, se você...
Martin, did you hear the question?
Yes, thank you very much, Luis. I think there is a clear role for the international organizations and international financial organizations to help. As you said, there is limited fiscal space in most of the countries, even before the crisis, not across the entire region. Peru, Chile, Colombia started on a better footing. But the way we fought the pandemic was a bit like a sprint. We went into spending as if we only had a few months to hold. And it's becoming gradually a marathon, and we cannot run a marathon in the same way we run a sprint. We cannot continue having 10 extra points of public debt over GDP every year. Getting finance in cheap conditions, as you can get from the multilaterals, or even in the case of the IMF, getting your quota back, all these things really help. I think it also helps. We are now in a relatively favorable international environment, despite everything. We still have low interest rates. The kind of fears there were on emerging markets at the beginning of the pandemic, when the withdrawal of short-term capital from emerging economies, emerging markets, and developing countries was even bigger than in the global financial crisis, went away. Now we have country risk premiums that are low. We have even surprising circumstances, like Peru being able to issue a 100-year bond in a week where they had 3 presidents. Well, this may not last forever. And markets will start asking where is that they can put their money confidently and where is that they have to be worried. And I see also there a role for international financial organizations, which is to help countries think through the policy options. Like Paulo said, if you have to do fiscal consolidation, what is the best path to fiscal consolidation so that you protect the social side, but at the same time, you don't jeopardize your debt sustainability. Being associated with programs that signal to the international community that countries are being serious in their policies. All these roles will be very important for international financial organizations going forward, both on the finance, on the advice, and then on the signal. Thank you.
Muito bem. Posso passar para a próxima pergunta? Ou será que Paulo Mendes quer fazer alguma consideração?
Very well.
Paulo, você gostaria de fazer algumas considerações?
Paulo, would you like to answer this question? Do we have more questions at Adalgisa? Yes, it is here. It is at hand.
Vamos fazer o seguinte, o Paulo responde essa.
So I'll ask Paulo to answer the first question, then Adalgisa asks the second question, and then we go to final remarks. Can we go like that? Paulo, could you speak about this first question?
Sure, thank you. If I understood correctly, this is the role of international institutions. I think Martin already mentioned the points. Just to add that the fund has provided significant support, exceptional support to countries, low-income countries, emerging markets. We have provided debt relief, and we continue to work with the major donors, international donors, to can bring more initiatives of debt relief for low-income countries to help reduce any pressures, any financing, funding pressures they may have, so that they can deal with the crisis the best possible way. We have also provided credit lines to several emerging markets, including Latin America, to help them manage these very difficult crises and high degree of uncertainty. And as Martin said, we are always willing and talking to our country members to find ways to better invest the quality of investment, but also to improve the response, the policy responses to the crisis, and manage their public finances in the most effective way. So I think those are the most important. We have maybe also to mention that again we continue to work in international forums and with other organizations to ensure support to all the countries in the world, including to ensure that everyone gets the vaccines as soon as possible. This is absolutely priority number one. But we continue to on different areas also, as I mentioned before, very much in line with Martin. So I think we all have to cooperate and work together to get out of this crisis as soon as possible.
Muito bem, então podemos seguir para a próxima pergunta, que é a seguinte: quais as ações estudadas?
What actions can be formulated for the Amazon region and the development institutions that work with the Bank of the Amazon? So we have this second question from the chat. Thank you, Adalgisa. Martin, please, would you please respond to this question?
Well, it's a very specific question. Part of it, for instance, we addressed it in a previous issue of our semi-annual report, in which, for instance, we try to explore how something that we see as very important, deep trade agreements, which are one of the tools in the toolkit for development. What are the implications on several fronts? Growth, of course, inequality or inclusion, but also sustainability. I mentioned these deep trade agreements because one of the issues that has restrained growth, that has slowed down growth in our region, is limited competition. We have vested interest, we have barriers, and when we reform often, these obstacles to competition pop up again in some other way. Deep trade agreements, like the one that the US, Mexico, and Canada signed, or the one that the EU and Mercosur had considered and is waiting for ratification, have this interest that they go beyond trade. They go behind the border and they touch on issues like subsidies, like state-owned enterprises, public procurement, labor standards, also environmental standards. So these are tools that have the advantage that one can, in a package, in a whole package, deal with growth, but also tackle some other issues. And so in that report a few months ago, we simulated the consequences of EU-Mercosur agreement, including, for instance, in the case of Brazil and Uruguay and Argentina, how the change in the composition of output could impact on deforestation. And it's very clear that in each of the areas we studied, environmental but also social, there is a need for complementary policies. And so I would say my first answer, without going specifically to the Amazon, is that among the big decisions, as Paulo said, in the coming months, in the coming years, policymakers will have to make important decisions for the future. This is really a turning point, is a crossroads in many ways. And this idea that we need growth, we need competition, but we need to ensure that it's sustainable is very important. The point I made in my presentation about the opportunities that we have from having such a clean energy matrix, and that we are wasting because we don't have enough, for instance, electricity trade. Brazil is having a growing demand for electricity. It could get cheap electricity from other parts of the region that is clean electricity. So there are several measures. I don't think there is a silver bullet to address sustainability. It's very clear that our countries need to grow. It's very clear also that inclusion has to be at the forefront. Now we missed the time before COVID, but we should remember that in 2019, the region had 12 episodes of social unrest that show that people were unhappy with inclusion, with accountability, with transparency. So thinking, the way Paulo said, thinking that this is an opportunity and that we have to combine growth, inclusion, and sustainability will be very important. And in the case of Brazil, of course, the Amazon and the signaling the Amazon provides to the rest of the world about the determination of Brazil to care about sustainability is extremely important. Thank you.
Muito bem. Senhor Paulo Medas também quer responder?
Paulo Medas, would you like to respond as well? Do you have any comments?
Yeah, no, nothing to add.
Muito bem. Então, com a palavra para suas considerações finais.
I'd like to give the floor to Luis.
Pessoal, eu gostaria de agradecer imensamente.
I'd like to thank you immensely for the opportunity. We could stay much longer discussing all these topics, which are major challenges. We know, we are aware of the efforts of the World Bank and the IMF, systematic efforts to increase the effectiveness of policies. And I'd like to thank you very much for your participation. Adalgisa, do we have time for final remarks? Yes, of course. Some brief final remarks. Thank you, Adalgisa. Martin, please, your final remarks, and then we'll give the floor to Paulo.
Thank you, Lisa. I will make the following point. In the middle of a crisis as severe as this one, where so many lives have been lost, where the decline in GDP has been so brutal, so unprecedented, it is very easy to be extremely pessimistic, extremely negative. But if we look back in history, there were huge crises from which the global economy came back strong, but in different ways. Think of the Spanish flu a century ago. The Spanish flu, in terms of lives lost, was even worse than COVID. about 20 million people died, which in proportion of the world population at the time was gigantic. And this was after a world war that had killed so many people and devastated so many economies. What came after the pandemic, the Spanish flu, was the Roaring 20s, was a period of fabulous growth, of very chaotic growth, but of fabulous growth. Same thing after World War II. You could say, oh, with so much destruction, physical capital loss, human lives lost, dislocation, the economy was doomed. And still we had one of the phases of prosperity that were the most important in the world. But there was a big difference between these two episodes. The one after the Spanish flu ended up with the Great Depression. We went in a way that was uncontrolled, especially on the financial side, and it all went down in a terrible way. The prosperity that came after World War II, built on strong institutions, on open systems, was a lasting prosperity. And I think, as Paulo said, now we are in the middle of a crisis, but the decisions that will be made in these years, in terms of growth, in terms of inclusion, in terms of sustainability, will determine whether we are going like in the Roaring 20s, whether we are going like in the glorious period after World War II, or whether we continue in the kind of mediocre growth that characterized Latin America and the Caribbean for such a long time. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you. Paulo, your final remarks, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I absolutely agree with Martin. I think this is a tremendous moment in history. I would like also to add a point, I think, related point is that this crisis also showed the importance and the role of governments. Governments are absolutely key to help respond to crisis. Governments are absolutely key to how we're going to address some of our key challenges ahead, including the inequality and poverty, but also the new crisis. So we have seen that countries that were better prepared dealt better with crisis. And we have one that is coming fast, the climate change. And if we act now, we're going to be much better prepared for the future. And governments have really absolute key role here. And they have taken incredible measures and moved very fast during this pandemic, and showing that when governments move, the results are better, that protect people and firms. So we need to build on that. We need governments to become more effective, more efficient, more transparent, with greater accountability. Governments that deliver the basic services to all the populations and that have appropriate safety nets. Governments that can guide the societies for better equilibriums and to prepare, make the economy resilient to future shocks. So I think this is really, the crisis has shown the importance of governments, and governments now need to respond by becoming even better, by efficient accountability, transparency, governance. So this, I think, it's a challenge for governments, and the populations are asking for it. So, and as Martin said, this is important so that we have a great future ahead. This is going to be important. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Muito obrigado a todos. Eu acho que a gente teve painel.
You. I believe we had an excellent high-level panel with two institutions that work very hard for us to achieve development. Thank you once again, and congratulations to ABDE. Adalgisa, I'll give the floor back to you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to share this panel with you. Thank you for your important contribution on this fourth day of the forum. So we are almost at the end, but it's not over yet. We have one more lecture
And so thank you very much to the participants of this panel. So we will continue with our program. So to conclude the day, we are going to have a presentation by the director of OECD, Jorge Moreira da Silva. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to join you on the fourth day of the Development Forum of ABDE to talk about such an important topic, development in transition. The history of development in Brazil, not only an impact on the rest of the world, but also bringing lessons for the different processes of development of other emerging countries. So, as many experts have pointed out, especially from the Brazilian development banks, Brazilian GDP was the same in 2019 as in 2012, when the pandemic hit the country and causing a lot of human suffering with a deep recession. So cooperation in the pandemic is a key moment for reinforcing growth through investments in sustainability. And so the impacts are clear. COVID-19 is a warning sign regarding the environmental risks and loss of diversity risks that include viral epidemics and transmission of infections between animals and humans. We know that climate change is a key factor in loss of biodiversity. We also know that it's a fundamental factor in the increase of inequality among nations and within each nation. And so the IPCC has shown that limiting the increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees in comparison with the 2 degrees that have been forecast could prevent risks affecting millions of people, risks related to climate and poverty by 2050. And so climate change is not only an environmental issue, it's a development challenge, a global challenge. And for Brazil, a threat to reduction of inequality as countries around the world reactivate their growth. Those responsible, politically responsible, they are seeking inclusive and resilient recovery, a triple victory for the climate and for economic security.
Sustainable recovery will bring better results in terms of better jobs, growth, health, and well-being. In 2017, OECD published a report showing that low carbon investments and infrastructure combined with structural and fiscal reforms could increase the GDP in 4.6% in all G20 countries by 2050. Investing in climate is investing in growth. And there are excellent and many opportunities of such investments. And in 2018 and 19, multilateral and bilateral financing institutions invested 1.7 billion. And a great part of this financing was mobilized to natural and physical infrastructure. Brazil is among the 10 greatest destinations of international investment. But Brazil's development banks are still underused. And OECD analyzed the role of BNDES in the public-private schemes for infrastructure projects. Last year, we analyzed financial institutions in Brazil working with private and public institutions. The financial system is unique because in addition to individual institutions, the Brazilian system provides a great entry point to possibilities of investment. Even though public-private institutions are increasing in Brazil, it is still incipient. Our analysis show that for the potential to be fully tapped on, governments and development banks need to carry out three main changes and structural changes. First, to reinforce mandates of development banks and incentives for the working and transforming climate change projects, changing businesses, and from being exclusive project executors to mobilizing a concept, and also to support investments during and after COVID-19.
Great news that in Brazil, you're learning from your peers and exchanging knowledge on public-private financing within ABDE and also in within the IDFC, and participation in the in a recent event that occurred November last year. So beyond our work on the transforming potential of development banks, the guide on public-private financing by OECD can also help you in the implementation of effective and sustainable financing mechanisms. In 2020 and 2021 and 2022, we will continue this work and publishing on this issue. And so for this initiative, we will need several practical actions. And so I'd like to invite you to participate and collaborate with our work. We are at the service of development banks all around the world, G20 and strategic partners, to contribute and advance on sustainable finance issues and public-private financing, as well as financial systems that are environmentally responsible and with sustainable infrastructure. So before I end, I'd like to express my deep thanks to our Brazilian partners, especially ABDE, the BNDES, and BDMG, Minas Gerais. Thank you for deepening our joint work on sustainable financing and environmentally responsible investments with OECD as a key partner under the leadership of the G20. Thank you very much. Our thanks to Mr. Jorge Moreira da Silva, Director of OECD, for his inspiring contribution and words. Coming to the end of another very fruitful day with lots of content of the 6th Forum of Development of ABDE. We'd like to say goodbye now, but we invite you to come back tomorrow on the last day of this event, which is confirmed. And so we will see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us once again on our Development Forum. So tomorrow at 9:30, we'll have the opening of the 5th and last day of the forum. We're going to talk about the future of development in Brazil. Have an excellent afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow.